size sailboat in a high, high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too warm to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin, overboard there go the men, screaming, oh dear Lord, no, not again. But it's just the beginning, not the end.
Tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, oh dear Lord, no, not again. But it's just the beginning, no, not the end. She tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high, high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The captain in sick bay, night of dead, no sign of clearer skies ahead. But hold fast, dear lads, this is not her last. This is just the beginning, no, not the end. 'Cause she'll tuck you in and lay your head to rest. With the lock you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. Tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear the treasure right out of your chest. She sucks you in, you circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink.
You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high, high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, oh dear Lord, no, not again. But it's just the beginning, no, not the end.
It was a sad thing that I saw, alright, the bad dream that I had last night. We started war with no end in sight. The light lit by the sword, and then they light of it. Said they'd hardly make a fight of it, till I could hardly take the sight of it anymore, yeah, in this world. Oh, I know end alright. And the more I come to know why, the more I wonder if any of it's right. This madness we did that day ran away and we hit each a different way. But one thing that I know for sure, so never love this song, 'cause it's happier than yours, truly happier than yours, truly in this world. Oh, I know, it's gonna end alright, but it'll end alright, this girl. Oh, I know it's alright, it'll end up alright. And no war in all the world, leave the world alright, they never end alright. And the more I come to know why, the more I wonder if any of it's right. What if I did all I could with every day, and in the end it still wasn't enough? Always tried to be the kind of man who kept going when going got rough. Feel the life that I choose will spiral down to blues, and end in my blood flowing or blowing that stuff. But all of it's a ruse, no order and no rules, and a lot of it concludes in a flash and a puff. And the only thing that mattered in all of this was love, and that's alright. You're like the sea I'm sinking in, falling 1,000 leagues in love. And if I were to meet my demise, I wouldn't regret nor rise above. And if you were to wear a disguise, baby, your eyes would be enough to see your worth that lies far within. I believe I found a diamond in a rough, and I wanna do something with this life I'm lucky to live, for this world I'm living in, so I'll never stop loving, because I am a man made up of more than just the sum of all my parts. And baby, I believe your body's a work of art, so show me an open mind and I will hold you in my arms, so you can feel my heart beat faster for you. Can't you feel my heart beat faster for you? Can't you feel my heart beat faster for you? Okay, folks, welcome to the broadcast. My name is Cole. This is Collateral TV. We're going to be taking care of some Diablo 3 itches today. I've been itching to play this for a while now. And yeah, looks good, looks good. Got my camera over in the left corner.
Yeah, strange how that shit works. Because right around here is where all the um, inventory shit happens. So, being as it's a very inventory management based game, I wanted to give you guys an opportunity to see what I'm doing with that shit. So, we're gonna jump back in here in Torment 5. We're gonna see where it gets us. But since I'm not too big a fan of just
Oh, so the Civ Milieu
there
officer
we
up and
go.
running in Guatemala, Colombia, and Costa Rica. The officer goes to thousands, according to the State Department. The agency has given no number on how many migrants have actually qualified for resettlement in the U.S. or other countries. Okay, so any prompt asylum case reviews for non-Mexican. Now he's going even further. Right now, the Biden administration is actively eliminating almost every
Where's my
Canadian to
fucking
secure
phone
our
at?
border.
No, there it is.
Biden's new fiscal year 2023 budget proposes cutting border security funding. Biden budget increases non-defense spending by nearly $100 billion, while defense spending is also as legal border security. There's a president has a cut for border security. What is the spending cut? What is the number from what to what?
From what to what?
Why aren't any of these things
What is
listed?
the spending cut?
Why are these
From
written
what to
so
what?
shittily? What are we cutting from what to what? Why not? Why wouldn't you just have the number written here?
From butt to butt. Oh, got him. Booty.
He's ending Title 42. I'm almost positive Title 42 got shut down by the Supreme Court because the COVID emergency was ended. Okay, I'll look at this later. This is I can't trust anything written by a Republican. I'm sorry, I have to read it myself. This is like the most dog shit fucking thing I've ever seen edited in my life or written in my life. Okay. Americans are angry about immigration. It's time to face a difficult fact, understand why it's happening, and deal with it. The image above is a cartoon released in 1850 by supporters of the Know Nothing Party, a short-lived American political party created to oppose immigration in the mid-1800s. The name is supposed to indicate that the party was a secret society. Now that its members were a bunch of ignorant fools, thoughts on the latter point, you can draw whatever conclusion you like. The Know Nothings represented one of America's periodic anti-immigrant backlashes. Others included the nativist backlash in the 1910s that led to the restrictive Johnson-Reed Act in 1924, 1990s. I think the U.S. is always an open, inviting, immigrant-friendly place. Think again, usually it is. Every backlash so far has eventually faded, and a permissive immigration system has returned. Our leaders, from George Washington to Jefferson to LBJ and Ronald Reagan. Why does LBJ? Why does the Lyndon fuck get his name abbreviated so much? Have almost always been a pro-immigrant bunch. Immigration is getting greater. Unfortunately, now it appears to be one of those times. Anti-immigration sentiment collapsed during 20 years, but has come back roaring under Biden. And although Republicans, as you might expect, have driven much of that shift, you can see it among Democrats as well. 90% of them say immigration should be decreased, compared to only 12% say it should be increased.
Is too low.
Jesus Christ. Pretty salient issue too, along with the economy, the cost of living, and poor leadership. Immigration is one of the problems Americans consider most important right now. The issue is pushing Americans toward the Republican Party, as NBC News for October. Keep reading with a free 7-day trial. What? I can't read the.
They need more discipline.
Well. To have driven much of that shift. You can see it among Democrats as well. 90% of downstate immigration should be decreased, compared to only 12% of states should be increased. It's pretty salient issue too. Along with the economy, the cost of living, and poor leadership, immigration is among the problems Americans consider most important right now. The issue is pushing Americans to the Republican Party. Here's NBC News Mark.
Still waiting.
Keep reading with a free 7-day trial. What? I can't read the. Well,
Need more time. Sweet revenge.
okay. On November 19th, 2019, federal prosecutors in New York indicted MCC guard. We already read this. They listed for 100K. They claimed they were scapegoats. In 2018, court proceedings against Epstein's cellmate Nick Tartaglione. We learned how to pronounce this guy's name yesterday. I forgot. Tartaglione. Federal prosecutors reported that surveillance footage from outside Epstein's cell during the July 23rd incident had disappeared. Tartaglione's defense. I'm not pronouncing it. He claimed the footage showed him saving Epstein's life, hoped it would illustrate his character. His lawyers had requested that the footage be kept on July 25th, 2 days after the incident. Judge Kenneth Harris requested that the government determine what happened with the footage. Several days later, federal prosecutors reversed their statement, claiming they had found the missing footage. On January 2020, they admitted the footage had been permanently deleted because of a clerical error. On July 2nd, 2020, almost a year after Epstein was arrested, the FBI arrested and charged Maxwell and Bradford, New Hampshire. These charges included enticement and conspiracy to entice minors.
Hey, it's your big
engage in
brother,
acts,
little pet.
transportation and conspiracy to transport minors with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity, and 2 counts of perjury. Federal authorities have expressed concerns that she might also commit suicide in custody and have reportedly implemented additional safety protocols. In an August 2020 interview, President Trump said that he wished her well and again questioned whether Epstein's death was a suicide or homicide. 2020, Associate Jean-Luc Brunel was arrested and charged with a rape of minors by French prosecutors. He later died from an apparent suicide before his trial could proceed. Damn, a lot of suicidal people.
I need to go back.
When you're at Cornell? I don't know. It's like the 6th or 7th. I don't have 100%. I'll let you know when I get it scheduled. Love you, buddy.
Your skills.
One, two. Homicide, suspicions, and conspiracy theories. Can I increase your volume a bit? Which volume?
Yikes.
Hey, this music is not... I don't like these chord progressions.
I'm definitely saving that. Fuck.
What? Dude, I hate the Discord friend limit. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, fuck this thing, okay? How did this ever make it to my playlist? Because of violations of standard prison procedures and Epstein's knowledge of compromising information about famous individuals, his death spawned skepticism and multiple conspiracy theories. A Rasmussen reports poll conducted shortly after his death in August of 2019 found that only 29% of U.S. adults believe Epstein actually committed suicide, while 42% thought he was murdered to prevent him from testifying against powerful people with whom he associated, and 29% of people were undecided. By November of 2019, a Business Insider poll found that those who believe Epstein was murdered outnumbered suicide proponents 3-1. A 2020 poll, don't care. Because of Epstein's connections to many wealthy and political people, wealthy and powerful people, there was speculation that one or more co-conspirators or participants in his sex crimes might have arranged for him to be silenced. At an August 27th hearing, Epstein defense attorney Reed Weingarten expressed significant doubts that Epstein's death was due to suicide. According to Weingarten, when attorneys met with their client shortly before his death, we did not see a despairing, despondent, suicidal person. Epstein's brother Mark has rejected the possibility of Jeff's suicide, claiming, I could see if he got a life sentence, I could then see him taking himself out, but he had a bail hearing coming up. He also claimed his life may also be in danger if Epstein was indeed murdered. In a press conference about 2 months after Epstein's death, de Blasio declined to endorse Chief Medical Examiner Sampson's conclusion, saying, something doesn't fit here. It just doesn't make sense of the highest profile prisoner in America. Someone forgot to guard him. Former U.S. Attorney, immediately after his death, online conspiracy theorists falsely claimed that the images of Epstein in transport to the hospital were actually that of a body double. They relied on purported differences between the body's ear and Epstein's ear in a juxtaposed photo. Fact checker Snopes pointed out that the image of Epstein was 15 years old, that it was more plausible that these discrepancies are a result of aging. Yeah, right. Popular culture. Huh. Is that a coffee in your coffee component? No, it's hot chocolate. Okay. I'm trying to think of how we... What the fuck is this? Okay. The chatter wanted you to see this relevant to Epstein.
Are misconstruing the acts of the office with respect to that particular paragraph. One more question.
Richard Lardner from the Associated Press. Mr. Secretary, were you ever made aware at any point in your handling of this case if Mr. Epstein was an intelligence asset of some sort?
So there has been reporting to that effect, and let me say, there's been reporting to a lot of effects in this case. Not just now, but over the years, and again, I would hesitate to take this reporting as fact. This was a case that was brought by our office. It was brought based on the facts, and I look at that reporting and others. I can't address it directly because of our guidelines, but I can tell you that a lot of reporting is just going down rabbit holes. A few more.
Need more time. Prove yourself worthy of your birthright.
60 minutes overtime.
Oh, this is specifically about the autopsy. I think that, okay, I think this would be the most interesting way to do this. Okay. Leading theories. Okay, Epstein killed himself. someone murdered Epstein, or what would be the best? I think that the murdered Epstein one, I don't think anybody actually believes that. That's the retard theory. I think the strongest conspiracy is the idea that conspiracy to encourage and allow Epstein to die. I think this is like the strongest one, the third one, right? Like if you believe in the Epstein didn't kill himself meme, this is the one that you're actually believing in, right?
Sweet revenge.
Yeah, okay. This is what we have.
Lead, you filth.
So we'll have like the theory, then we'll have the evidence in favor, we'll have difficult facts, these are the three things we would need, right? People still think he's alive. That one's been
Sweet revenge.
okay. Okay, so the theory is Epstein was a high-profile, successful man who was looking at a difficult court battle, seeing no realistic way for him to make bail or escape prison without serving the rest of his life there. Epstein decides to commit suicide.
Still waiting.
Evidence in favor of this. How do we weigh different types of evidence? What are the different types of evidence? We've got like direct evidence, we've got like criminal law types of evidence. 21 different types of evidence. How cringe. Admissible, inadmissible. Wow. Yeah. Not bad. We've got direct evidence, circumstantial, statistical evidence, real evidence.
You won't survive that.
Lots of pieces that are unique to a person. There's DNA or fingerprints. Class physical evidence relates to a certain segment of the population. Travel specialty. Oh, these aren't like 21 different types. They're just like different names of random things. But these could all overlap.
Still waiting. I need more hatred to do that. Your fear betrays you. Need more time.
What? Why do people do that?
Revenge.
Hello? What? Hello? See, Zaddy, you keep going to the other thing. I don't know why.
Oh, hey.
Okay, what?
I was disagreeing. Oh, all right. I have your. Here, I have a lag. Sorry.
You won't
Yeah, I
survive
disagree on what was just on your stream about the music. You're a music major, aren't you?
Yeah, or I was.
Why are you playing the most basic diatonic chord changes ever? Like, what? Have you heard of vaporwave?
No. Is that what you want
Oh,
to
you
come in here
haven't
for?
heard
You baited me into...
I wasn't baiting you. I just couldn't believe how.
that. Fear betrays
Are you
What music you're
ZZZZZ Zaddy in chat?
Oh yeah, I'm Zaddy. Yeah. Hi.
Why? So you came in here to disagree with me over my music song.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Have you ever heard of Come Wave?
No, that sounds awesome. It sounds better than what you were listening to.
It is.
Okay, I just implore you, if you get a chance, look up Vaporwave. It's like 80s smooth jazz inspired, really nice chord changes.
Gotcha.
It's non-lyrical.
All
It's
right.
great.
I'll look it up. Bye.
Awesome. See you.
Hello?
The fuck, bro? Come on.
Need more time. Vengeance! My hatred is too low. Not ready yet.
Okay, so evidence that Epstein killed himself. Evidence in favor. Some say the autopsy supports suicide. Epstein clearly had a good reason to want to kill himself. No direct evidence of any foul play. No testimony or indirect evidence of external pressure for him to kill himself. Is that evidence in favor?
I need to go back.
So clearly good reason to kill himself. No direct evidence of any foul play. No testimony. Okay. Difficult facts. Some contest that the autopsy was indicative of homicide. 3 broken bones. Hi, be careful, don't die. Test the autopsy is indicative of homicide. We have the broken bones. Facts. No prisoner had committed suicide for what was it, like 25 years? Suicide for 20 years. Camera malfunctions and footage and lack of footage availability. Guards falling asleep, not checking in appropriately. There was at least one other big thing that was weird. Oh, taken off suicide watch after only 6 days. Was supposed to have a cellmate, didn't on the night he suicided. You should have done a Bayesian analysis before reading about it. Oh, we could go full autismo, I guess. And what, like start with like, what's our prior assumption? And then we can like plus and minus the evidence. Actually, fuck it, wait, why not? Let's do percentages here. What would our prior assumption be for man in jail? Well, how much do we include in our prior assumption here? High profile billionaire in jail kills himself because of huge child pedophile charges or whatever. What would we say? Like, should I start looking at stats now for that? Do you plan on debating someone on this? Is it just for, I don't know, just for fun for right now. I think it would be quite high. My guess is the percentage chance would be pretty high. I'm gonna guess 20% chance that he would kill himself. Or at least attempt suicide. That'd be my guess. For an ultra-rich person, no shot? Really? Well, how many wealthy people have committed suicide, rape charges, I guess? I don't know. How many billionaires even go to prison at all? Has there ever been another billionaire charged with something like this? Okay, listen. It's really hard for me to talk about certain things about work because if you haven't worked, okay, you don't know, and then it sounds like I'm making up a bunch of cope, okay? But sometimes there are things that happen that are so common and you guys don't believe it, okay? Somebody in chat said, imagine being a security guard and falling asleep. It doesn't make sense. It sounds like a movie. I'm going to be totally honest with you. I slept on some grave shifts, okay? There were times where I would tell my employee, I'd have one employee and I know it's a slow night, but listen, I need to go into the office and I need to work variances, okay? It's going to take me 2 hours, all right? I need you to watch the front, knock on the door if you need anything. And I would just go into the office and sleep because I had to try to go to school the next day, okay? There are absolutely people that work graveyard shifts that sleep on the job. It definitely happens, okay? Now, how much is happening in prisons? I'm not sure, but on its face, I would believe that people are falling asleep on the job, especially for fucking security jobs. But... Okay, John McAfee and Bernie Madoff. Did McAfee kill himself? I don't even remember. Is he dead? I feel like I would have heard about this. Why did you name these people? Died. 75. Spain. Did he commit suicide? I don't fucking remember. Control F. Death. Cause of death. Suicide. Oh, he did. Found dead in his prison cell hours after the Spanish National Court ordered his extradition to the U.S. on criminal charges filed in Tennessee. Huh. Bernie Madoff. Madoff's son even killed himself without getting charged, so of course Epstein did. Wait, but it doesn't look like Madoff didn't kill himself. The Enron dudes had a lot of suicides. Is there like a thing that, like a study on this? How frequently do wealthy people charged crimes commit suicide? Nearly a fifth of state and federal prisons and a tenth of local jails had at least one suicide. National study of suicide in all people with a criminal justice history. Is it? I wonder if there's... Okay, we won't worry about this. Okay, some say the autopsy supports suicide. If an autopsy were to support suicide, I would weigh this heavily in favor of, like, pointing towards suicide. I feel like an autopsy would be, in this case, would we say it's dispositive? It would disprove other things. I would give this like a 90% weight. You need a lot to overcome an autopsy. So I think the autopsy is really important. Epstein clearly a good reason to want to kill himself. Motive is like kind of important, but not really. No evidence of anything else. It kind of goes along with the autopsy. Bro, I don't even know how I would weigh these percentage-wise. Never mind, we're not going to do it. This is be autistic as fuck. I'm not going to quibble over this.
You won't survive that.
Okay. Epstein killing himself. Okay, get rid of this bullshit. So, makes a lot of sense and is supported broadly by the facts without any dispositive evidence or compelling reason to believe why this couldn't be the case. However, there are many confusing questions and strange coincidences
I'm still waiting.
don't have many satisfying answers. Okay, someone murdered Epstein.
Not ready yet.
Let's see. Boom, boom. The theory here is Epstein is a high-profile billionaire
Sweet revenge.
who assisted many other powerful people with the trafficking and exploitation of women and minors.
Still waiting.
One of these high-profile people, or possibly even someone within the government itself,
Still waiting.
hired a hitman slash assassin to kill Epstein in jail. Let's see, evidence of favor. Some say the autopsy supports homicide.
My training paid off. Feel my wrath. Need more time.
I don't know what else you would have to support this story. There's really nothing. Epstein's lawyers, who met with him days earlier to create his will, said he seemed to be in good spirits.
Sweet revenge.
Difficult facts. Absolutely no evidence of anyone entering or leaving the cell area that could kill him. Autopsy almost certainly doesn't support homicide.
Still waiting.
Certainly doesn't support homicide. Zero evidence or testimony from anyone implicating anyone at all in any sort of scheme to murder him. So witnesses, video evidence outside the jail shows no one entering slash leaving. Conclusion. This is the weakest of the Epstein didn't kill himself
My strength is back.
narratives. There is almost no supporting evidence. There is plenty of reason to believe it didn't happen.
Sweet revenge.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. Okay. Conspiracy to encourage and allow Epstein to die. Okay, I feel like I'm in the Barbie movie from 1997.
That was just a taste. Not ready yet. The Rift Guardian is here.
Okay.
Losing strength. Need more time.
Okay, Epstein was a high-profile, successful.
I must heal.
Wait.
Still waiting.
How did this not all copy-paste? Philip was looking at a difficult court battle, seeing no realistic way for him to escape. But that's not. Oh wait, I was reading the wrong one. We have Epstein killed himself. Someone murdered Epstein. Epstein was a high-profile billionaire who assisted powerful people with the trafficking and exploitation of women and minors. One of these high-profile people, possibly with someone in the government, essentially, or pressured / forced Epstein to kill himself, and made sure the conditions were right, such that
Is this a
it
fucking
wouldn't
Tal Rasha? Yeah.
appear
Jesus
to come
Christ,
from
I'm
an
getting
external source, I
wizard
guess.
shit.
Let's see. Evidence in favor. Some say the autopsy supports suicide. There's no direct evidence of any foul play. No testimony or indirect evidence of external pressure for him to kill himself. Oh, this is not in favor. Don't care about this. Maybe? Rich and powerful people obviously wanted Epstein dead before he could testify about their involvement. Helps to conveniently explain a lot of difficult to explain facts in an ordinary suicide story. Could explain why he was released from Suicide Watch early? Would it though? So they were in on it too? Fuck. Okay, hold on, we'll see. How many people would have a motive to kill Epstein to protect themselves? Wouldn't billionaires pay millions to cover up, etc.? I don't know. Let's see. Oh shit, fuck. Ugh, it's killing me on my music stuff. Really? Let's see. No testing or external pressure to kill himself. Camera malfunctions and lack of footage availability. This goes away. This goes away. No. Wait, none of this makes sense at all, actually. Wait, what? Wait, if somebody pressured Epstein to kill himself, why would they disable the cameras and everything? Why wouldn't they, why wouldn't they just leave it on so you could just see him clearly kill himself? That would make the story so easy to sell, right? Why would you ever disable anything? You would want to be able to see that, like, oh, he clearly killed himself. That'd be the easiest way to prove it. I think the implication is that the person pressuring him to kill himself was there while he did it. At least that's how people talk about it. Yeah, but that's impossible because the cameras outside of his cell were working and you could see people going in and out of that, like, area, right? Nobody was there. Like, we would know if somebody was there. I'm almost positive that's the case. Why do you think a man like Epstein would allegedly kill himself if he had the ability to blackmail high-ranking members of society? I mean, he obviously couldn't blackmail that well if he got fucking thrown into fucking prison for charged with fucking trafficking minors, right? I don't understand how you have no issue thinking a rich and powerful person like Trump is corrupt enough to try and take over the country, but every other rich person who hung out with Epstein could do something as heinous as paying people to have him killed. Sasha edits, because I have direct proof of all of that. Literally direct proof. Direct testimony from people. From dozens of people around him. What do you mean? The idea is that he was an intelligence asset that went rogue, and then his protector stopped looking out for him.
Hey, how's it going, Nancy David?
Wait, how did this even make a thread on LSF? What the fuck? Destiny criticizes his
Not
son.
much. What's
what
up
did
with
I
you,
even
dude?
fucking say about him? I think Ansar Allah is another name for the Houthis, but I'm not sure. It probably is.
Just playing a little bit
Oh,
of
when was it, like, yesterday?
Diablo. Hanging out.
Don't care.
That's cool. Cool, 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 cool.
Wait, this doesn't make sense at all.
I'm glad you're
So
enjoying it.
difficult facts.
That's
The difficult facts go away. Well,
hits me right here. I appreciate that.
okay, well, why wouldn't they make it more obvious it was suicide?
You
Why
play
disable
Diablo
the
3?
cameras?
Much love indeed.
Why
Right
not
back at you.
just have him post bail and kill himself, or kill him outside of jail?
Doing a little bit of housekeeping at the moment. But I'm gonna be right back into the thick of things here in just a sec. Seeing if I can push Torment 40. No, Torment 39. That's cool.
Trump is one of the
Any
few
chance you're gonna be jumping in on the new season?
Called corrupt. What do those things have
Let
anything
me
to do
turn
with each other?
Destiny
Dude, are you
down
fucking
here.
retarded? You must be 6 years old. The text
Any
is so
chance you're
fucking
gonna be
stupid.
jumping in on the new season? Season 30 dropped at the beginning of the last weekend.
That's like saying it doesn't make sense that Cloud Strike wields the Buster Sword when my mom had to have a C-section. What is even the connection between these two things? What two completely and utterly random statements you've somehow connected together in the dumbest non sequitur I've ever seen in my entire life?
Alright, so
You say that Martin Luther King was a bad person, but he never cheated in checkers. What? I'm sorry. What an unbelievably fucking stupid statement. I think that he didn't kill himself. It wasn't some rich person. I think that if he didn't kill himself, it wasn't some rich person. I honestly think it was one of the other inmates in the facility. They don't like that shit either. No, but he wasn't with anybody in his cell that night.
okay, I gotta go do some
Here's
bounties.
something that I think is really important. Well, because now we're wondering, did he kill himself? Oh, it's not that important. This seems stupid. This seems highly
You won't
implausible.
survive that.
Why would Theo not disable? He wanted to suicide.
Not ready yet.
Easier / better ways to do this, especially huge sums of money were involved.
Oh yeah, I played them all. Which Diablo do you know about?
Monitoring the camera, they might get to him in time before he dies. Why can't they just focus on him? Why would they have to be sleeping and the cameras would have to be on? And they missed their 30-minute checks. Like, that's a stupid argument. Even though nobody was bunked with them, there's inmate testimony attesting to the fact that the doors to the cells in that block were able to be opened. So here would be an interesting thing. My understanding is that if somebody committed a homicide, it's going to be very, very, very obvious on the autopsy. Like, especially if you have a lot of where are my criminal law friends? Where are my criminal litigation
In my opinion, Diablo 3 is.
Broken Bones thing doesn't even sound remotely.
I mean, Diablo 4 could certainly, like,
There's going to be
live up to the Diablo 3 eventual product, but especially considering Diablo 3 came out and it was pretty bad, just like Diablo 4 is pretty bad currently, but yeah, at the moment, Diablo 3 is at least 5 times, if not 10 times the game Diablo 4 is.
struggle of victory. Oh, wait,
Was just a taste.
Not daily, but yeah, because I work on the weekends. But yeah, pretty much, pretty much every day besides Fridays and Saturdays, and even then I try and put in a couple hours. Yeah.
There's bruises where you are
Why? What about you? You stream?
How do you think you would hold somebody down with psychic powers?
Not ready yet. Need more time.
Oh, nice short one. That's cool.
There are mysteries surrounding Jeffrey Epstein, even after
Good with it.
If someone paid to have him killed, I'm sure they would make sure to pay out the autopsy person too. But that excuse doesn't work because Bawden was there for the autopsy. You can't use that one. Epstein's own lawyers sent pathologist Michael Bawden to observe the autopsy. So even if that Samson, what was her name? Samson? Oh, Barbara.
I'm
Samson,
right about
she was
what?
paid off. Was Bawden paid off too?
But what am I right about?
And his lawyers? And Epstein's lawyers? Or
I'm from the States.
also, I don't even think Bawden agrees.
We're waiting. Sweet revenge.
See Epstein killing himself. Clinton's coming. Mostly covering sprinkler turns on. Shoot up.
You're asking a whole bunch of questions and not answering mine.
viewing all the autopsy photos, reading the autopsy, looking at photos from inside.
Bleed, you filth.
Reviewing all the autopsy photos, reading.
Petechial hemorrhages of bilateral, palpebral, conjunctive, and oral. Bro, can you use even real words? All of this looks like neck.
Are you trying to have a conversation, or are you just trying to ask me 20 questions? Tell me a little bit about yourself before I answer any more questions of yours.
Abrasions of left forearm. What is that? Cutaneous contusions of wrists. What is that? Subcutaneous hemorrhage of left deltoid muscle. Hypertensive and arthrosclerotic cardiovascular disease.
Sweet revenge.
What does remote mean? Like long time ago or far away? Like far from cells?
I have asked you about you. You haven't answered.
Reading the autopsy and looking at the photos from inside the cell, we still have questions. What we do know is that Jeffrey Epstein is dead. The fingerprints of the body in the morgue matched the fingerprints that were taken of Jeffrey Epstein from when he was booked in prison. How long does the autopsy typically take from beginning?
Normally about 2 hours, a routine autopsy.
We spoke to multiple pathologists for this story, and they all pretty much agree on one thing. That with
Run the
all
VOD back.
position
I've
of
been
the
asking you
body,
questions ever since you showed up.
body was found, it's almost impossible to determine the cause of death with any certainty. Knowing the position that a body was found in is a key piece of evidence that any death can see. And in this
You're
case,
from
we know
Wyoming?
how Jeffrey Epstein's body was found.
We still don't have.
I have family in Wyoming. That's cool.
Bernie Sanders?
This is called suicide without all explanation. It's premature.
Michael Bond is a forensic pathologist. He
Oh,
was
it's the
hired
guy.
by Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, to look into the death.
Don't skim in the particular position is actually watch Epstein's brother interview to understand it and cross-reference it with experts to see if it is of validity.
And so, here, hold on.
And to kind of investigate it for the family. The autopsy reveals that Jeffrey
Sometimes,
Epstein had
yeah,
two
sometimes
hearts, which is burst vessels.
I
Dr.
play
Biden
Diablo
says
3.
lots
Well,
of
I don't know much
theories,
about Diablo 3, to be honest. And I said, oh, okay, so what about
and you do see it in a
which Diablo do you
We
know?
know from the autopsy that Jeffrey Epstein had a number of other injuries. There was an injury to the back of his neck and had an injection mark very clearly in his arm. We don't know what that's from. We don't know if that happened.
There should be like a
So tell me what your interests are. What brings you to the stream today?
We know from the autopsy that Jeffrey Epstein had a
How'd you find me?
injuries. There was an injury to the back of his neck and had an injection mark very clearly in his arm. We don't know what that's from. We don't know if that happened at the hospital or if it's something else. We just don't know because we've not been able to get the medical records from
This is old. Fuck. They must have gotten updated information. Since then, right?
inside the house.
There were 3 fractures of the neck bone.
Dr. Bond
That's
says
certainly
key
cool.
reasons for being suspicious about the death of Jeffrey
I am
Epstein
too low on
is
discipline.
broken hyoid bone and thyroid cartilage.
Tell me about what we're seeing right here. What are we looking at?
Here is the
Scrolling past who knows how many and decided that mine was the one for you?
mandible, the lower bone in the
Allow me, if you will, to fish for compliments.
Underneath that,
Why?
bottom is the clavicles and the breastbone. That's where the muscle inserts. Lateral muscle. The hyoid bone is a small bone here just above the Adam's apple, the thyroid cartilage. And in Jeffrey Epstein's autopsy, there were fractures of the left, the right, thyroid cartilage, and the left hyoid bone, all requiring different kinds of pressure and positioning of the noose or the ligament.
One of the pathologists we spoke to absolutely agreed with Dr. Biden and says, yes, that's very suspicious to have all 3 of those photos. Another pathologist we spoke to wasn't as convinced. It doesn't necessarily indicate this. The doctor who performed the autopsy while Dr.
Wait, well, why not bring on that guy and have him explain why? Give us the explanation.
The doctor who performed the autopsy while Dr. Michael Bond observed came to the determination that it was inconclusive and they needed more evidence, more information. And then a couple days later, they changed that and determined the cause of death was suicide. We reached out to the New York Examiner, but they would not speak to us, presumably because there's an ongoing investigation.
In the
Wyoming's got to have pretty miserable weather right around now, right?
Bro, this guy sounds like he's been fucking already poisoned by people that kill Epstein. You hear this guy breathing? My god.
in the pictures of the
that
cell,
Darth
there
Vader?
are multiple nooses. The fact that the medical examiner sketched one noose, this is the noose they think.
Do you like snow or what?
Killing Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes, this would be the
I'm in the southeast. I
ligature
almost never see the snow.
that was involved in causing the death. That's why it was sketched.
Here it says on here say folded. The edge is folded here.
One of the things we have heard is that the guard that found Jeffrey Epstein cut him down. We seem to indicate somebody cut him down in a noose or something. If you look at the noose that the medical examiner examined, and you look very closely at the edges, it appears perfectly hemmed. It doesn't look like anybody ever took scissors to it. So there is some question. Is that the right noose? The difficulties with this story is because they charge 2 guards, there is a fire, and you cannot get any.
Here, this is something that this would be an example of me giving an impossible standard of evidence, but I recognize it, right? Here's what I'd be curious about. Do we have a historical example of somebody staging a suicide and then what that looks like that's done well? But the problem is, if I ask for that example, I'm probably not going to be able to find any, because if somebody did stage a suicide and it's done really well, then you're not going to know it's a suicide. So I feel like the
Oh, I certainly don't mind. You're a mystery I'll hopefully unravel later. Love to see you. Enjoy your work. Thanks for stopping by.
Determine the correct cause of that death and the chief responsibilities.
See ya indeed.
What a great opportunity to talk to Bose. I messaged her. I don't know if she's home right now, though. Relatively straightforward differentiation between homicide and suicide. Some people have such different and truthful. Homicide is only being certified with an undetermined manner of death. Certification of death of homicide as a homicide will not be able to be provided as a profound legal ramifications. Three deaths related to DSW. Oh wait. Why was I linked this? Suicide with gun wounds.
Feel my wrath.
Do you think that any of the alternatives are
Not enough
impossible,
discipline.
or are they just more improbable than that he committed suicide? I don't think there's. Hold on. Peaceful uses of real. I'm trying to understand. Do I understand? When something is dispositive, that means that it is disproving other things, right? So like for instance, it's like the opposite of exculpatory, right? So for instance, if I say that like I have 17 witnesses that put me in my bedroom at 9 p.m., that's dispositive of the claim that at 9 p.m. I was at the club. Is that correct? Exculpatory.
I could get accustomed to that.
Inculpate. Inculpate? Inculpate?
Our enemies are legion, but they will not take us without a fight. We must hold
Dispositive
them
means
here
it is
while the keys
decisive.
to the Holy Temple are hidden away from their leader, the fiend Nereus.
Oh, so if 10 witnesses
Resolve
direct
must not
testimony
falter.
take place, we could argue
Surely
that
done.
10 witness direct testimony is dispositive of me being there. Dispositive? Doesn't dis mean not? Or no, that's not true, because disposition doesn't mean not in a certain thing. It's exculpatory, but it's inculpatory. I think it's super hypocritical that at Destin will research some bullshit with no real evidence of murder, but completely disregards the UAP phenomenon when they're literally having Congress skiffs with the DOD and passing bills supported by the House leader. Is he just not paying attention? Sword Duck, 10 to 1 odds on $1,000 if you want, or $100 if you want. Donate me $100. Sword Duck in Kick Chat. I will give you $1,000 if within 5 years extraterrestrial life has strong evidence pointing towards its existence. Okay, 10 years. Okay, until then, shut the fuck up.
For death.
25 minutes, bro. Is there a way to speed up videos on? Oh, there is. Thank God.
It's interesting to learn who Jeffrey Epstein hung around with while he was alive. People who flew on his airplane, people who stayed on his private island in the Caribbean, those who had dinner at his home on Fifth Avenue in New York. And to some extent, those names are coming out, not all of them, but we know a lot of the people who were in Jeffrey Epstein's life, and we have for several years now. But
oh, I'm sorry. Somebody asked me that question earlier of like, do I think it's possible that somebody killed him? I don't really think it's possible somebody killed him. I think that's a hard one. That's a really hard theory to buy. But in terms of did somebody encourage him to kill himself? There's no direct evidence for it, but like I feel like that's possible. Like if, at least based on the little bit that I know right now and the little bit I knew before, if it came out that there was strong evidence saying that like, oh, somebody did do this, we're like, oh, okay, yeah, it explains a lot. Like I wouldn't be shocked. Like I think I lean like 70% in favor of he probably killed himself with no external motivation or not under duress.
story seems like a bit of a sideshow, because it doesn't answer the main mysteries surrounding Jeffrey Epstein's life or death, and there are 3 of them, almost none of which is ever discussed in media. The first is, who did Jeffrey Epstein work for? What did Jeffrey Epstein do for a living on his behalf? We don't know. The second question is, where did all the money come from?
Is someone killing him just too fantastical at the moment? Fantastical? I mean, my understanding, without getting too deep into it, is killing people is pretty cheap when you're rich, right? Like, I think for, like, less than 6 figures, you can have a lot of people killed. In jail, pretty sure for less than 6 figures. Now, for something like Epstein, I don't know, but if you're worth, like, over $100 million, and you've got a guy that could implicate you in some crazy felonious activity, right? And you could float $1 million payment to have somebody killed. The only issue is you'd have to hide that amount of money. Obviously, you're not withdrawing this from a bank account. But I imagine if you're trying to hide $1 million transaction, I imagine that would probably be like easily solved to hide a single transaction like that. Or you would do it tumbling or whatever the fuck else. But then you'd have to find somebody to do it. You'd have to approach people. Multiple people are going to be aware of this. You'd have to make sure that this scheme infiltrates like the prison system. No, hold on, no, because it couldn't have been somebody that killed him. It would have been him being encouraged to kill himself. Well, I mean, no, that could be a lot easier. Let's say that I'm an associate of Epstein. Let's say that me and him fuck kids all day on this island. Let's say that I'm worth, $1 billion. And I find out that Epstein went to jail, and I know this motherfucker is going to rat me out, right? Does Epstein have... Let's say that I know, of Epstein's friends and family. Could I not just say, like, hey, like, pass a note on or pass a message on somehow and basically let her know, like, hey, by the way, if you don't kill yourself in 3 days, I'm going to blow your house up and kill your family, and, these 5 friends that you have are also going to die. You could theoretically do that. That would require... Hold on. Okay. Let's just... How would we do it if we were going to do it? Let's think of it that way, okay? How would we do this?
What's going on, bro? Hams?
Okay, let's pretend we're intelligent, okay? Because we got a lot of... How would we do this if we were
Playing a little bit of Diablo 3. Fat wad of skeletons right here that just got murked up. And almost done with the Act 1 bounty. That being said, hopefully I get a Ring of Royal Grandeur and I have some housekeeping to do. How about you, man? What's going on?
We all are looking around at each other like,
Well done. You have finished all the bounties.
So the first question would be, what kind of leverage do we have on Epstein? Are there things that we don't want the world to know?
Ring of Royal
Are there things that we don't want the world to know? That Epstein doesn't want the world to know? Are there people
Grandeur.
that cares about?
Boom.
Epstein, Wikipedia, family.
That's what I'm talking about.
What was this? Ghislaine Maxwell was her name? Did he have like a... Somebody said son, right? Isn't this... Oh, brother. So he had some family. Control F family. Brooklyn, his parents. So both parents are dead. Pauline worked as a school aide and was a housemaker. Garner, Jeffrey was the older of 2 siblings. His brother Mark grew up. And then Mark here was there by his parents. Mark was parking. Okay, so he's 1 brother. Does he have... And that's it? No children?
No, it's gonna be best for
publishing.
the homie.
Dated was 11 years. Damn, okay. He was down bad for Eva. If he really loves Maxwell, then technically you can leverage everything on Maxwell too, right? Okay, well you love her, well I'll also kill her family. Okay, so let's assume we have good leverage there, okay? Let's assume that he genuinely loves Ghislaine, and wants her to be happy. Okay, so he's in jail, He's not getting away this time because he already got convicted once like a fucking retard. Now he's caught. Who knows what the evidence is against him? I don't know if the indictments are public or not. So we need. Okay, so the first question is, can we kill him in jail?
I also need the. Fuck. Right, there's one more fucking crafting recipe that I need.
If we pay somebody to do it, that's a lot of like. We'd have to pay somebody. First of all, we're never doing these conversations on our own. We're not fucking retards like Donald Trump. So we're always using intermediaries. Okay? So we would have a guy that we would say, you need to get this done. He would be the one in charge, but then how many people are going to be roped into this? Oof. And if it looks like a murder, that looks really bad for anything that might come up later in the trial. It would look better if he killed himself, right? It would be way better if he killed himself versus having him murdered. That would look really bad, right? So let's say we want him to kill himself. So we need to get that message to him. The number of people involved, it's probably a lot easier to deliver a message to somebody in jail when they killed somebody in jail. We could literally pass that off to one guard outside the jail. Like, this could literally be a 3-person operation, right? And one of the guards walked by Epstein's cells 3 minutes after the last camera shot or whatever. So we have that of him going over there and coming back. So that could theoretically be, hey, listen, there's a guard. I happen to know where he works in the prison system near Epstein. I want you to deliver this message to him. Delivers a message to the guard. That's like 2 or 3 people tops roped into that conspiracy. Camera shit going down or whatever. Prison stuck. Shit happens all the time. No one cares. He kills himself. That would be the easiest way to do it. That'd probably be the easiest, best way to do it. You would minimize liability, not many people involved. Amount of money involved probably would not be that much. What would we need to find to prove that? The guards themselves.
Bet you I can make a bolus build. That's crazy.
Somehow. So federal agents have arrested them. Well, I guess what happened with the guards then? Who got in trouble for this? Why does it matter if it looks like a suicide or a murder if it never gets back to the shot call anyway? Well, because if it looks like he was murdered, then it looks like people are really hiding some shit. Maybe it's just cleaner if it's a suicide. And suicide makes sense. Also, suicide means no additional investigation. Homicide means now you've got, especially in a federal prison, right? Homicide means you've got the FBI involved, like researching and.
You live right now, Hoodie? Let me see. I'll check that out myself.
That if it's suicide, it ends right there. The suicide ends on the body. The homicide is, well, why'd you do it? What happened? And then all of that, right? That's like a,
Okay, yeah.
You're leaving?
Yeah.
What? Okay, wait, hold on, fuck.
Where'd you spawn
it's
at?
All good. I want more people moving to my kick chat, so we're about to do a
To the
massive
beginning.
explosion of YouTube.
Okay.
Oh my brother, we need to get you. We need to get you streaming more often. Sheesh.
Hold on. It's just like the most brain dead fucking comments.
On the other hand, I do feel inspirational in the fact that you found me and then you went streamed.
Limeo Wikipedia.
That's pretty cute.
Carla. James B. He can't phantom anything. I think he meant to say fathom, you fucking retard. That is not sourced in a study or Wikipedia satellite. If you want to link me something else, feel free to tell me what else to look up. That doesn't start with www.freedomfromoppression.com or some equally retarded fucking website.
Do you want more?
Also, the physical evidence of the autopsy confirms it was all but impossible that it was suicide. That's not true.
I need more hatred to do that.
Limeo, it's so obvious he has no idea about any of this story. He's going through Wikipedia making a fool of himself. I mean, we've watched a couple videos on it. There's not much stuff. We've read a couple articles. I'm just getting the facts here. Tell me what I'm missing. I don't understand if you realize how weak and stupid you look. If I'm missing something, just say I'm missing something. Some guy came here and was saying something like, oh, well, 5/7s don't actually resolve to 1 chords, you fucking retard. Or you can't have a major 4 chord and a minor chord progression, idiot. I wouldn't say like, wow, looks like you got your education off of Wikipedia. I would just tell you why you're wrong. I would say no. Right? Tones always resolve in a certain way that will construct a 1 chord. Or no, there's plenty of things like moral mixture or borrowing from other keys that we can find in historic examples. Like, why just say, like, oh, Wikipedia, LOL? Why not just, like, list something that I'm incorrect about, or say something that, like, give me another fact? Nuxiner, welcome to the 429 viewers.
The search enabled them that the discipline of their life and journey was the true goal.
Absolutely, he's so clueless in trying to maintain his initial, uninformed opinion, regardless of evidence to the contrary.
I am returning.
Mate, what did you wear this fucking...
You're missing the interview with Epstein's brother on Tucker. Yeah, I'm about to... Yeah, we're about to listen to it. I have it up.
Hundreds of millions of dollars that passed through his hands over many years. And where is it now? We don't know that either. And the third question may be the most pressing of all, which is what happened to Jeffrey Epstein? On August 10, 2019, he was found dead in the federal correction facility in Manhattan, one of the most secure places in the world. Did he kill himself, as the government has claimed ever since, or was he murdered? Well, the overwhelming evidence suggests that he was in fact murdered, and that the U.S. government, including the Attorney General of the United States, covered up that murder. These are the questions that matter most, and they're exactly the ones not...
That's what a stupid conspiracy. This is the most boring type of conspiracy. That there were hundreds of people involved in federal agencies. Fuck off. You fucking retard. Why do I even watch? Why do I have to watch this Tucker Carlson video? He's not an intelligent person. He's stupid, and the theory is going to be stupid. Here's what I'll promise you, okay? At the end of this, I'll give you the best. Here's my commitment to you. I will give you the best, most steel-manned conspiracy idea of how Epstein was forced to kill himself you want. It's not going to be whatever shit this retarded dumb fuck, this orange piece of shit says. That, by the way, already fucking lied to you and admitted as much in text messages that was leaked after the Dominion lawsuit. You fucking retard still believe it because it's convenient for you. It says something when the only person you can trust is somebody that literally lies to your retarded fucking ass to make money. That's what this guy does. That's what he does to you, right? When you cite Tucker Carlson, you are the retard that he's making money off of because you believe him even though he is lying to you to make money. That's who you believe. And then you turn around and you say you don't trust other people in the media. You're actually retarded. More retarded than people listen to MSNBC, and that's saying something.
Covered up that murder. These are the questions that matter most, and they're exactly the ones not being addressed in the news media. Why is that? We decided to speak to someone who has insight into this question, and that is Jeffrey Epstein's only surviving relative. His name is Mark Epstein, who was Jeffrey Epstein's brother, separated by...
You know what I would do? If I was part of the other conspiracy that I said there was a way better plan than this stupid shit, you know what I would do? I would pay Epstein's brother to go on Tucker Carlson because I know how fucking retarded he is. That's what I would do. That would be the real conspiracy, okay? The real conspiracy is that I've actually assaulted many women, and I knew some of them were going to come forward, and I paid Mr. Girl to do a bad report on me so that if they ever did come forward, no one would believe them because I said they were part of the Mr. Girl report. Those are the real conspiracies that you guys are missing, okay?
18 months. He's a successful real estate developer in New York, and he's very concerned for his own safety. So the interview that follows is one that you will listen to rather than see. Mark Epstein refused to appear on camera, but we think what he has to say is worth hearing. Here it is. Do you think your brother killed himself?
Not now. No. When I first heard he was dead from suicide, I had no reason to doubt it, so I accepted that. But then after the autopsy, and after Bill Bob made that asinine statement, I said, this was not suicide.
But when you first heard the news, you thought it was a possibility that he killed himself.
Yeah, I accepted it as a fact. I heard it on the news. The government didn't notify me, as they said. I heard it on CNN in the morning of the 10th.
And you're his only survivor. You're the only surviving relative.
Yes, yes. He has no...
What has he lied about? He didn't believe the Sidney Powell stupid claims about the Dominion voting machines. All of that shit was fucking stupid. And he knew it was, and he was irritated by it, and he hated Trump because Trump was making a mockery of their fucking network, and he was looking forward to moving on from all of it. But he's like the #1 public dick suck for Trump because he knows how much you guys lap it all up.
Children and our parents are. And no other siblings.
When did you start to think that he did not kill himself?
Well, after the autopsy, and both pathologists, the city pathologist and Dr. Body, came out of the autopsy, and they said, this doesn't look like a suicide. It looks more like a homicide.
So what did you do then?
Both pathologists. Wait, hold on. I thought that the Sampson. On August 11th, an autopsy confirmed it likely that Epstein had thrown himself violently off the cell's top bunk, which would explain the damage he suffered, other than strangulation. Oh, this has different information than the other wiki article we read. The preliminary result of the autopsy found that Epstein sustained multiple breaks in his neck bones. Among the bones broken in Epstein's neck was the hyoid bone. Such breaks hyoid bone can occur from those who hang themselves, but more commonly found in evidence. 2010 study found broken hyoids in 25% of cases of hangings. Interesting. I wonder what these hangings look like, though. Were they falling from a place? But if he jumped off the bed. A larger study conducted from 2010 to 2016 found higher damage in just 16 of 264, or 6% of cases with hangings. Hyoid bone breaks become more common with age as the bones become more brittle. Forensic pathologist Cyril Wecht noted that hanging by leaning forward would not result in broken cervical bones. Barbara Sampson ruled as a suicide by hanging. Not satisfied with the conclusion. The medical examiner bought an pathologist for the state until the autopsy.
You still there, Hoodie? What's going on, man? You just said sup and then dipped out.
Okay, I figured we'd have to look into this to see what's going on.
Were you shocked that he might have been killed?
It came as a surprise. Yeah.
So, as his only surviving relative, what did you do to find out what happened?
Well, I started to inquire about what took place. The Justice Department is supposedly investigating. The initial death certificate said pending, when it said cause of death, which means pending further investigation.
Yes.
So, but then a few days later, it was declared a suicide by the chief pathologist, who was not at the autopsy. And the question became, what investigation was done in such a short period of time to make her determine it was a suicide? Or was she basing it on Bill Barr's statement?
And who was the chief pathologist who made that declaration?
Dr. Roman?
That was the pathologist who was there.
No, that was, Sampson. Barbara Sampson was the chief pathologist.
Correct, yes.
Right.
Roman did the actual autopsy with Dr. Barnes.
So, Barbara Sampson is the person who declared it officially a suicide, and she was not, as you said, at the autopsy. She was not present for it.
Correct. And when they call it a suicide, they stop investigating. Because if there's a suicide, there's really nothing to investigate.
Right.
If it's a suicide. Because somebody killed themselves, case closed. So that's
yeah, this is why if we were going to pay somebody to do it, we would want it to be pressured suicide. We wouldn't want it to be... we wouldn't want it to be a murder. Why is Sampson not mentioned here in the investigation review of the Federal Bureau of Prisons custody, care, and supervision of Jeffrey Epstein? They don't mention the autopsy at all in this. They just go over things that broke down, or the office of the chief. Oh, it maybe just doesn't mention her by name.
Isn't that nice?
The office of the chief medical examiner for the autopsy determined the cause of death.
Holy point shot.
Blood toxicologist test did not reveal any medications nor illegal substances in Epstein's system. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy told the OIG that Epstein was consistent with suicide by hanging. There was no evidence of offensive wounds that would be expected if his death had been a homicide. Epstein did not have marks on his hands, broken fingernails, or debris under them. Contusions to his knuckles that would have evidence to fight, or other than an abrasion on his arm, likely due to convulsions from hanging, bruising on his body. Finally, the medical examiner performing the autopsy had some injuries or more. We already read this. Copy pasted. Okay, autopsy results. Let's read these. Oh, it's only a page. On August 11, 2019, the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, City of New York, performed an autopsy on Epstein and determined that the cause of death was hanging and the manner of death was suicide. One of the office's medical examiners performed the autopsy, and the autopsy report was reviewed by the first Deputy Chief Medical Examiner. In the connection with this investigation, the OIG interviewed the medical examiner who performed the Epstein autopsy. Herein after the medical examiner told the OIG that the pattern of Epstein's medical examiner explained that a different fracture pattern is present if there has been a manual compression of the neck versus sustained pressure like in a hanging. And the pattern of Epstein's neck fractures is that of a hanging. Medical examiner also said Epstein had petechial hemorrhages, which are pinpoint bleeds in skin on his face and mouth. These hemorrhages are caused when the blood flow is obstructed and the small skin capillaries burst. The medical examiner additionally identified plethora, which is purple discoloration of the skin, and stated that both petechial hemorrhages and plethora are consistent with suicide by hanging. The medical examiner stated that petechia and plethora were identified from his neck up in homicidal strangulation.
Bro, how can you watch that much House but still not know it's called petechial hemorrhaging?
In a different pattern. Epstein also had the medical examiner explain a marked and obvious ligature furrow that peaked upward, which is suicide as opposed to a ligature strangulation. The medical examiner further stated that there was no evidence of offensive wounds. This is the big one that I would think would be. Told the OIG that in a strangulation case there is invariably some signs of struggle, even if the victim is impaired. The medical examiner noted that the autopsy did not identify any signs of a struggle. Epstein did not have any marks on his hands, no broken fingernails, no debris under the fingernails, no contusions to his knuckles that would have evidence to fight, and other than an abrasion on his arm likely due to convulsion from hanging, no bruising on his body. We were also told by the medical examiner that Epstein did not have strap muscle hemorrhages on the neck, which is bleeding in the lung muscles in the front of the neck. Nor did he have, the medical examiner told the OIG, hemorrhaging in the muscles in the back of his neck. The medical examiner explained that you would expect to see the hemorrhaging when there has been an incomplete compression as opposed to a sustained compression like a hanging. In addition, the medical examiner determined that the cloth material of the ligature noose found in Epstein's cell could have caused the fractures and severe physical injuries. The medical examiner identified during the autopsy. The medical examiner also told the OIG that the ligature furrow was too broad to have been caused by the electrical cord of the medical device in Epstein's cell. The medical examiner said blood toxicology tests were conducted and no medications or illegal substances were identified in Epstein's system. The medical examiner stated that the real investigation of the suicide was the medical examiner's independent medical judgment and that the medical examiner was not pressured to or otherwise subject to any attempt to influence. Is there anything else about the autopsy? Or is that everything? This is not the first time that the OIG has found significant job performance and management failures on the part of BOP. BOP meaning Bureau of Prisons personnel, and widespread disregard of Bureau of Prisons policies that are designed to ensure that
Easy fucking peasy.
The OIG's December 2022 investigation reviewed the BOP's handling of the transfer of James Whitey Bulger identified serious job performance and management failures at multiple levels within the BOP. Similar to the Bulger report, the numerous and serious transgressions that occurred in this matter came to light largely because they involved a high-profile inmate. The fact that serious deficiencies occurred in connection with high-profile inmates like Epstein and Bulger is especially concerning given that the BOP would presumably take particular care in handling the custody of such inmates. Who, I don't know anything about this story. James Whitey Bulger. Did he suicide himself, or? 89-year-old Bulger was found dead. Bulger was in a wheelchair and had been beaten to death by multiple inmates, armed with a sock-wrapped padlock and a shiv. His eyes had nearly been gouged out and his tongue was cut off. Law enforcement officials described Bulger as unrecognizable. This was the third homicide at the prison in a 40-day span. Jesus Christ. Penitentiary Hazleton. It's a high security United States federal prison. Is there like actual prison like security levels? I feel like Skrelly can go like 4 different levels. Is there like is high security the highest or like maximum security, or Bureau of Federal or Bureau of Prisons security ratings will minimum, low, medium, high, and administrative. Based on the level security and staff supervision. It said in the last thing that they were understaffed. Yeah, sure. So that was also another high security prison. Okay, sorry. Let's keep reading this.
Can just sort of cover it up. They never did an investigation. They never interviewed the EMTs that were called to the jail. They never interviewed the hospital officials, the bodies. I can't get any answers as to what investigation was done. I remember this person.
It's pronounced Bulger. Oh, like Bulger.
A few months after, every question I asked was answered by saying, after a thorough investigation, we determined it was suicide. It was like I'm pleading the fifth. I got the same answer to every question I asked.
So, did you speak to Barbara Sampson, the official who ruled this?
No, I haven't been able to get that.
She never called.
No.
So in her public explanation, she has now some people understand. But in her official explanation, she suggested that she ruled it a suicide, effectively overruling the judgment of the people who actually performed the autopsy, because your brother had attempted suicide previously.
Yeah, but that's been shown to be false. You can listen to David Schoen, his attorney on the podcast. He explains that Jeff was attacked by his.
Oh yeah, what is the injection mark? Control F, injection. Injection. Needle? What other? I don't see this here. Epstein injection mark arm. Why is it only brought up in that 60 minutes thing? That seems like a pretty big deal. If you had a... I can't carry anymore. In that 60 minutes video, they showed a image of supposedly his arm.
Sweet revenge. I need more discipline.
60 minutes overtime.
There are mysteries surrounding Jeffrey Epstein's death, and even after reviewing all the autopsy photos, reading the autopsy of the body, the way that all any evidence in any body was found.
Are the autopsy photos public?
Somebody's neck was compressed of his neck, and obviously that Jeffrey Epstein had a number of other injuries. There was an injury to
If they didn't pronounce him dead right there, the EMTs might have done it on the way to the hospital. As long as the medical records aren't public, it means nothing. Oh, shit.
the
Do you
back
think that
of
would be
his
the
neck
case?
and had an injection mark.
I wonder if injection marks on a dead body probably look different than injection marks on a living body. I would imagine, right? Do I have any EMTs or medical?
Really, bro?
Destiny, chat background looks terrible. Can you remove the background? No, it's fine. Fuck you. Do injection marks look different on corpse versus living human? They said that he was in cardiac arrest when they found him, Destiny, so not pronounced dead. Well, I don't know what you need to make a dead pronouncement, but I'm pretty sure if you're found in cardiac arrest, you can be dead, right? Cardiac arrest just means it's stopped, right? And cardiac is your heart. Cardiac arrest just means your heart's not pumping. So you could find somebody in cardiac arrest, meaning they have no pulse, right? They could be dead. They might not be dead, but you'd bring him somewhere else. You'd try to revive him and fail. Then you would pronounce him dead. But he could have been dead when they found him, right? He was most likely dead when they found him. He hung himself 2 hours earlier. I don't know if EMTs ever declared that. I mean, they must sometimes. If somebody shows up, you're like decapitated. Actually, wait, here's the Control F toxicology on the report. I don't think I know. Wait. EMTs declare time of death. Declare time of death. The legal pronouncement of death is an important step, and generally one that can only be performed by a doctor or coroner, not for instance ambulance EMTs. Some states allow for registered nurse or paramedics to pronouncement of death, depending on who's interested.
Batman. 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 Psst, psst, psst. Yes, sir. Batman. Batman.
Oh, that is true. Control of toxicology in the report said he had no substances in his blood. Sure, but I mean, what's the half-life on every strong like tranquilizer? I have no idea. What's a popular trank people like? Half-life of 1 to 12 hours. So that would have shown up on a talk screen for sure, right? Oh, and actually, well, yeah, I'm sorry, this is retarded. The half-life probably doesn't even matter that much because you're dead. Your body's not processing the drug and eliminating it through kidney or liver function, so it doesn't even matter.
Batman.
Injecting insulin is a popular method of killing, supposedly. Yeah, but if somebody died because of hyperglycemia, low thing, like diabetic shock, I'm pretty sure there'd be tons of evidence. Wait, go to page 80. It talks about the injection mark of this. Page 80 in the document or page 80 in the... Oh, hold on. Okay. The OIG also reviewed photographs that were taken at the NCC New York Health Service units of EMTs attempting to resuscitate Epstein. The photographs show, among other things, Epstein on his back with an intravenous line in his arm. Oh. His orange BOP issued shirt ripped open and laying around his arms, and him wearing orange BOP issued boxer shorts. None of the photographs taken at NCC show Epstein in a hospital gown, though the OIG did review. Okay, so they were trying to revive him, I'm guessing. What do you push or inject somebody with if you're trying to revive from
Narcan.
flatline? What do you inject for flatline person?
Norepinephrine. Epinephrine.
Inject vasopressin. Is that always what you do?
Ready yet?
Adrenaline? Is it always
Thousands of years of
adrenaline?
records, I cannot find a single account of a prisoner surviving exile to the desolate sands. The wastes are littered with bones that have been picked dry by the endlessly circling bloodhawks or desperate lacoon. Though
You know, it's a push P. Push P. True.
Need more time. You won't survive that.
Wait, what is this? Cora. Is this an AI answer? Is the assistant an AI? This is why I don't trust AIs. I'm almost positive that if a patient is flatlined, you don't use a defibrillator. That's only if you have like is it called arrhythmia? When your heart is like beating irregularly, you can shock it back into regular rhythm. But I don't think you can save a flatline person with a.
It's when you got VFib, hence
and then you have to inject
defibrillator. AFib or VFib, ventricle or atrial fibrillation.
Maybe that's not true. Hold on, let's check. Hold on.
Feel my wrath.
What did this just say?
I need healing.
It's vital that you call 911 or emergency. An automated external defibrillator aid is available. It's not an emergency. Oh. To restore the normal heart rhythm. Oh, never mind. That's not. Okay, so.
Look, you're a fellow adventurer. Shall we head out?
You use defibrillators to fix an abnormal rhythm of the heart. There are various types of defibrillators to use, such as AEDs, pacemakers, or implantation of An automated external defibrillator device can restart a person's heart once the heart stops. However, you need to ensure that you follow the correct procedures. First things first, you know what a defibrillator device is and what person. Oh, so apparently an automated external defibrillator can restart a person's heart. What is an AED? It's an automated medical treatment when an individual's heart is stopped. Normal. Oh, fuck, that was a wrong piece of information.
These hunters are curious creatures, bloodthirsty and violent to others. They employ a surprising degree of care in raising their young. Every egg is guarded with vigilance, and the hunters will frequently circle overhead to keep watch
is a non-shockable rhythm. Management is adrenaline, chest compressions, ventilation, and try to fix the problem that got you there. As you can imagine, this is not particularly successful. For more cardiac arrest guidance, have a look at UK Resuscitation Council guidance.
I need to go
That's
back.
3 years ago. Maybe we got new things now. Flatline, you need to inject adrenaline into the heart, which can, with luck, it must moving again. CPR can sometimes cause it to start again on its own. Either way, chances to serve low, so without brain damage, even lower. Fibrillation is more common than flatline. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Sorry. Good waste of time. Okay. Oh. So anyway, interesting. So, with an intravenous line in his arm, would you, if you were trying to inject adrenaline into a person's heart, can you inject it into an arm and will it get there? Maybe if you're doing chest compressions and that's pumping blood, it'll get there eventually. Can you put a needle into somebody's heart and inject shit like right into it? Would that work? Or can you, if you get it into a vein, would it get there close enough to? No one injects into the heart, it's injected intravenously. Okay. How doctors save a flatline person. Debunked movie myths. Can I see like a doctor doing this? I am the doctor. Oh, the doctor.
video clip of a doctor saving the life of a man just in time is garnering praise online. Posted several times by multiple users on Twitter, including Rajya Sabha MP Dhananjay Mahadik, the video showed a man in a clinic consulting a doctor when he suddenly suffers an attack. The incident reportedly took place in Maharashtra's Kolhapur, according to the information shared by users along with the video. The 37-second video shows an elderly man accompanied by kin sitting in front of the doctor. As the doctor spoke, the patient started feeling dizzy, and in an attempt to alert the doctor, he tapped on the table with fingers before his head hung back. Dr. Arjun Naik, a cardiologist...
Why would you inject into the bloodstream if the heart is stopped to revive the heart? Well, because if you're doing chest compressions, the point of that is to manually pump blood through the person's body. Isn't that the point?
From Kolhapur, swiftly swung into action and performed thumping on the patient's chest, which is CPR, relieving him, making him stable.
Thank you, Dinesh Dark Knight, for giving 10 subs.
I need more discipline.
Also asking the doctor in chat, KKMD. Oh, true. Why don't you just come in, you fucking retard? What the fuck? Why are you not in here? Why are we wasting all of our time on this? What are you telling me? I'm a doctor. I don't have trust. You don't have a Dr. Flair. We only have one Flair doctor in chat. You always inject in a peripheral IV unless you already have a central. I've been messaging you, dickhead. On what platform? Or you mean just like adding me like a fucking... Alright.
It's a medical...
Wait, hold on. That sounded fucking delicious. What was this story called?
It's a med...
Those stunning comments caught on tape by a Houston woman who says she secretly recorded a doctor and staff during her surgery. Now, in these recordings, you hear remarks about her looks and her personality, and ABC's Gio Benitez has the story.
Listen carefully, because few ever hear this. Secret recordings a patient says she made from the operating room. Ethel Easter says she hid a recorder in her hair extensions before going under the...
Oh my god, really?
I'm sorry. My bad.
For a hernia operation. Easter said...
That was a very funny sentence.
As the hospital workers made disparaging comments about her body.
In her hair extensions, boys.
Thinking that I'm lying there naked after the surgery, and they have me still uncovered talking over my body like this.
And listen to this.
Yes, this is Precious over here, and hi Precious over there.
Easter considered that to be a reference to the main character in the movie Precious.
It was racially profiling me, yes. I was offended by it.
Easter says she decided to secretly record her surgery after a tense meeting with a doctor.
We had some choice words from clinics when we didn't pull the case within 2 weeks.
Should we... Is this a big deal? Should we care about this? Some guy was calling me like a goblin gnome fuck or something, and I'm like under anesthesia, I'm in surgery, does it matter?
Including I'm going to call a lawyer and file a complaint. It doesn't seem like a thing to say to the person that's into your surgery.
In a letter to Easter, the hospital, Harris...
You could always expect someone being resuscitated by paramedics/doctors to get IV access inserted, regardless of their shockable status.
Healthcare says it has alerted staff to be mindful of comments at all times, but they say no further action is being taken. In a separate incident, a Virginia anesthesiologist is paying the price after a man going in for a routine colonoscopy accidentally left his iPhone recording during the procedure, capturing...
Accidentally left. That guy was 1,000,000% gonna fucking jerk off to that. 1,000,000,000%. That's the most obvious jerk off fucking recording I've ever heard in my entire life.
After a man going in for a routine colonoscopy accidentally left his iPhone recording during the procedure, capturing this while knocked out.
Really, after 5 minutes of talking to you, I want to punch you in the face and man you up a little.
A judge ruling the doctor in that case needs to pay $500,000.
What? There had to have been more context to that. What? Hi. I don't like that outfit. You look like either the bad guys in Hostel, or you look like Dexter.
I'm overburdened.
Okay.
Left his iPhone recording during the procedure, capturing this while knocked out.
And really, after 5 minutes of talking to you in pre-op, I wanted to punch you in the face and man you up a little.
A judge ruling the doctor in that case.
It sounds like he was just scared of the colonoscopy. She was like messing with him, maybe. I'm so curious what the rest of this convo sounded like.
Needs to pay $500,000.
And in this new case, the hospital...
Damn.
hospital tells us it won't comment because of patient privacy laws. Easter is considering a lawsuit, but she says she wants doctors to just stop speaking this way about patients in operating rooms.
Anyone who's gone under probably has wondered, but wow, that's
Why even try to defend these shitty doctors? I'm not defending them. I think it's shitty to do it, but like, can you sue somebody for being shitty?
That's right. Audio. Thank you so much, Gio.
Okay, sorry. Okay, last video and then we're good. The name of the channel is Debunked, so it must be good. Oh, KKMD keeps posting you and you as well. Adult cardiac arrest algorithm. Number 1. Start CPR. Give oxygen. Attach monitor / defibrillator. Defibrillator. Is it a shockable rhythm? Yes. VF/PVT. No. Asystole /PEA.
Asystole.
The flatlining, right? Then you do epinephrine. CPR for 2 minutes. IV/IO access. Epinephrine every 3 to 5 minutes. Consider advanced airway capnography. Oh, you're stealing my shit again. Okay, so this makes sense. So you would inject epinephrine, and then you're doing CPR to get hopefully the epinephrine to the heart. That's like the goal. Asystole? Is that how it's pronounced?
Asystole.
Shock.
What do you motherfuckers just protect me?
Capnography. When they say advanced airway, does that mean like intubate or asystole? Okay. What is capnography? Capnography. First step, non-invasive measurement of the partial pressure of the CO2 in exhaled breath expressed as the CO2 concentration over time. An advanced airway is intubation. Yes. Capnography is measuring CO2 to check your tube is in the right spot. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Shot. Oh. Okay. Go to 5 or 7. Damn. Imagine your doctor pulls out their card to check this shit out while you're in the middle of dying. If no signs of return. Spontaneous circulation, ROSC, go to 10 or 11, Barcelona. Consider appropriateness of continued resuscitation. Damn. That's euphemistic language for this motherfucker might be dead. Okay, gotcha.
Medical emergency!
Nope, okay. Alright. Interesting. So
very clearly in his arm, back of his neck, and he had an injection. He had a number of other. See it in a hanging. We know from the autopsy that Jeffrey Epstein had a number of other injuries. There was an injury to the back of his. In the autopsy that Jeffrey Epstein had a number of other injuries. There was an injury to the back of his neck and had an injection mark very clearly in his arm. We don't know what that's from. We don't know if that happened at the hospital or if it's something else. We just don't know.
Oh, so she doesn't have this OIG report. I think there's an OIG report at the time. And so she says it could be from last time. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Alright, okay, cool. No mystery. Okay. Wait, is this an OIG report? Yes. Okay. Don't care. Boom, boom, boom. Alright. Sorry, back to our good friend Tucker.
Cellmate, but he didn't want to report it because he's afraid of retaliation.
But every news account of his initial injuries in the weeks before his death said that he had tried to kill himself in his cell. He was found in fetal position on the floor after a failed suicide attempt, etc., etc.
Well, once somebody says that, then everyone picks up the same story, and then it becomes, the truth, just because it's been repeated so many times. But the fact is, he did not attempt suicide the first time.
So if he didn't try and kill himself the first time, then the medical examiner had no basis to declare this a suicide.
Exactly. Plus, there's reasons why he wouldn't kill himself then. He had a hearing scheduled to appeal the bail decision coming up in some days, and the bail was being increased. So there's a chance he could have got bail, even as unpalatable as that might have been to some people. In the United States, you're entitled to bail under certain conditions. But so I can see if he went for the hearing for bail and it was denied, then I can see him taking himself out if he didn't want to spend a year in jail waiting for the trial.
Yeah.
But not a few days before. That makes no sense.
In your conversations with him and in your conversations with the people who were in contact with him in the final weeks of his life, was there any indication at all that he was suicidal at any point?
No, I had no conversations with him once he was arrested. I
Yes.
spoke to him the day before he was arrested. He actually called me from Paris, just the usual, how you doing, phone call. And the next day, his attorney called me and told me he was arrested. That was the last time I spoke with him. I didn't speak to him or see him while he was in jail.
But having spoken to his lawyers and people whom he communicated with from jail, did anybody say that he's suicidal?
No, everybody was shocked that it was a suicide. Nobody thought he was suicide. Nobody thought he'd do that.
So what's interesting is that the Attorney General of the United States at the time, Attorney General Barr,
Isn't it weird though? Because why would he say nobody thought he would kill himself? Didn't he already try to kill himself once? Didn't that already happen once? So why would we say? Why would he say that? Nobody thought he would kill himself, but he already did try to kill himself. He said that was bullshit? Oh, that's a lie. Wait.
Shocked that it was a year in jail waiting for a trial.
Yeah.
But not a few days before. That makes no sense.
in your conversations with him and in your conversations with people who were in contact with him in the final weeks of his life, was there any indication at all that he was suicidal at any point?
No, I had no conversations with him once he was arrested. I
Yes.
spoke to him the day before he was arrested. He actually called me from Paris, just the usual, how you doing, kind of phone call. And the next day, his attorneys called me and told me he was arrested.
Oh, earlier. Sorry, fuck. When did he say this?
They never interviewed the EMTs that were called to the jail. They never interviewed the hospital personnel. His body was concealed. I can't get any answers to what investigation was done. When I met with the Justice Department people a few months after the death, every question I asked was answered by saying, after a thorough investigation, we determined it was suicide. It was like I'm pleading the fifth. I got the same answer to every question I asked.
So, did you speak to Barbara Sampson, the official who ruled it?
No, I haven't been able to get that.
She never called.
No.
So in her public explanation, she has been asked about this. We tried to reach out to her to speak to her for reasons we don't understand. But in her official explanation, she suggested that she ruled it a suicide, effectively overruling the judgment of the people who actually performed the autopsy, because your brother had attempted suicide previously.
Yeah, but that's been shown to be false. You can listen to David Schoen, his attorney, on the podcast, the Crime Waves podcast. He explains that Jeff was attacked by his cellmate, but he didn't want to report it as such because he was afraid of retaliation.
Not ready yet.
Man, that cellmate is huge. Hold on. Crime Waves podcast. Epstein lawyer. Tartaglione? What was his name? What is it? Law and Crime Network? What podcast do you think he's referring to? 3 days ago. I can't possibly do this.
And get moving.
Is it really called the Crime Waves podcast? Oh, Frank Sino. Does Tucker ever show this guy's face? Do we trust Tucker is truthful about who he's interviewing? I don't think Tucker would lie about the person he's interviewing. That seems to be like, you would invite so much trouble there. Imagine if his actual brother came and said, that wasn't me. That would be horrible. I don't think he would lie about that.
I need to go back.
Man.
What he said happened was that this other inmate, this former police officer, had tied something around his neck as sort of some kind of experiment that Jeffrey didn't feel, he was in a position to say no to. And the guy pulled the thing, and it left a mark on his neck and perhaps elsewhere. And that was the end of it. He didn't pass out. He wasn't unconscious, but it was a scary episode for him. He wanted to report it at first, but he didn't report it. He just said he couldn't remember what had happened. But it was not an attempted suicide.
It's a mystery that obsesses our time. Jeffrey Epstein, one of the richest and most well-connected men in America, walked into a prison. He'd been friends and a business associate of some of the most powerful people in the world. Presidents, prime ministers, princes, politicians, business tycoons, the very top.
That's a wild. I need more information about this. Are they
He
going
also ran a sexual trafficking network of young girls and women. Just over a month later, he was found dead in his cell. The official response was to immediately declare it suicide. However, many people, this episode isn't.
Was that like a
good
cut
morning, good
from-
afternoon, good evening? What actually happened in that? Now for our interview. David Schoen is an American legal legend. In these days of large corporate offices and multinational law firms, he's something of a lone wolf. A Matt's former campaign manager visits. What is it like as an institution?
Sure, very interesting. I've been there many times over many years. Where I visited Mr. Epstein, for example, was in the attorney-client meeting area. It's not always the case. For some of the inmates,
Where is
there,
the
19,
pause
for
button
example,
down here on this
sometimes
thing
there's
also?
a
Can I not?
investigation, something like that.
Wait, does it like appear and disappear?
But here it's a very sort of ominous building.
Was it there the whole time and I was like having a stroke?
But you go up to the third floor visiting area, attorney-client visiting area, and when the guards let you in, you go into a waiting room. And then there are a series of rooms in which the inmate is sitting, or they bring him down, and the lawyer sits there until the inmate has been brought down. Other inmates are sitting in chairs, waiting for rooms or waiting to be taken back to their floor. When I came in, Mr. Epstein was in a room already, meeting with two lawyers.
And in terms of the conditions of the MCC,
It was
the
there the
Human
whole
Rights
time. Oh my
Watch
God,
report
how
on
crazy.
the inhumanity of the place. Amnesty International backs that up. So do the UN.
Litigation of jails and prisons around the country. I've never actually taken a tour of the MCC because I've never brought a lawsuit. But the conditions of the MCC and the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, have both been the subject of a number of complaints over the years.
Rapes on prisoners, murders on prisoners, a bad place.
And it's also particularly difficult because it houses mostly pretrial detainees, and so there's not a lot known about their background, how they accommodate institutionally the ideal cellmate.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that we saw was they even got his crimes when just in the basic intake, they got his ethnicity wrong, and they got his, crime that he was allegedly charged with wrong. So just the basic mundane details of the place seem to be questionable. When you met with Jeffrey Epstein, how did he seem?
So when I first went in, as I say, he had a couple of lawyers with him. He had a system there by which his lawyers at the time, before I agreed to take on the case, his lawyers would have sort of runners meeting with him to get instructions or talk about the case. And so two of them who were not formally on the case were meeting with him that day, very nice young women. And I came in and he asked them to leave. And so he was in pretty good spirits, quite frankly. We immediately started to talk about the case, and then another set of lawyers came in. These were lawyers from a prominent white-collar firm in New York who were talking about some business matters. They stayed for a while. I sat in on that discussion, and then they left. We began our meeting again, and a prison or jail psychologist or psychiatrist came in, again a woman. So she asked me to leave so that she could interview him. Remember, when I met with him on August 1st, about 2 weeks earlier, there had been an incident in which at first they called it an attempted suicide, and later came to no conclusion about what had happened. And so he was now on a watch, in a sense, with regular visits from the psychologist or psychiatrist. I discussed it with him. It was not in any way an attempted suicide, but he told the staff when he interviewed him that he couldn't remember what happened because he was afraid to report exactly what happened. But in any event, the meeting, back to your question, the meeting he had with the staff psychologist or psychiatrist went very well. They were smiling and so on. I knocked on the door and interrupted at one point because I wasn't sure that his lawyer, who was lawyer of counsel of record at the time, had approved that meeting. I wanted to make sure, and he said that he had. And
is that all he says about this?
They were all smiles, and she left after about 5 or 10 minutes. Then I resumed my meeting. We met for a total of about 5 hours on that day.
Let me rewind for 1 second, David. July 23rd, the night of July 23rd, in Jeffrey Epstein's cell, there was something that happened. There was his cellmate, who is eventually discovered to be a convicted quadruple homicide, a corrupted police officer who murdered 4 of the people who are going to reveal his corruption in his drug network.
Is this Spencer Kuven? Is that who we're talking to right now? A lawyer who represented 3 of Epstein's alleged victims said in July 2019, after his first parent suicide attempt, that he believed it was an attack on his life, and so there was a high probability he would be murdered in prison. Oh, no. It's a different claim. Okay. Internal prison investigation cleared. Tartaglione. Okay, multiple. Denied harming Epstein. Cellmate. Let's see. Did they say anything about it in the OIG report? Tag. Please, come on, really? Did they just not use names in this? Inmate. Oh my god. What about prior suicide? Oh, wait. He signed a new last will and testament on August 8th. That's kind of weird, right? Wait, based on your earlier comment with ABBA, I thought you might be interested in this unique sweatpants. Jack off pants. At first glance, J.O. pants seem like normal, unassuming pants a regular Joe would wear. However, these are not ordinary pants, these are jack off pants. Extra long invisible zipper opens up across for easy access to your genitals. Wow. Fuck, here's what I don't understand, okay? Why, if that guy's cellmate, this guy, look at this monster. If he wanted to kill Epstein, he would have killed him. The guy would have been dead 100%. Right? But also, if Epstein is trying to kill himself in a cell, what is this guy doing? He's just watching him do it? Like, bro, are you okay? Why are you leaning forward there with that thing tied around your neck, not... I feel like both sides of this sound fucking retarded. Do you sell your Metastar? No, I need to fuck with my Vanguard account. Oh my god, it's still up. I just dumped a whole bunch of money into my Vanguard account at the end of last year. Should I just like put it all in on Meta? Keep going. Maybe the guards came by and like, bro, your cellmate's killing himself. I was like, bro, he said he was doing an extended goon sesh. buy this stupid shit? What the fuck?
Why did you buy that stupid shit, you dumb
Vanguard Total
motherfucker,
World Stock
Steve?
ETF has returned 7.08% annually since 2008. The S&P 500 has returned 13.87%. Why did I ever buy this VT shit? Because that one fucking guy on stream convinced me to. I got fucking scammed.
Okay, buddy pal. It's time to go hang out with sister pal.
No, I mean I'm buying all the voodoo.
Batian. Be nice. Be nice.
Just buy domestic food? Yeah, that's what we do, baby. Order type. Market. Yes. Professional trader. Buy. Everything. You should invest in foreign stuff just in case. No, fuck no. If America fails, bro, we're grabbing our shotgun and we're going out fighting. Alright? I should just sell that. I should sell that. Fuck it. Let's take the...
How's your day?
You have a dividend portfolio? The fuck does that mean? Like, are they reinvested automatically?
What now? Yeah. Or a half day at least.
We're exiting our meta position. Exiting or closing the position? How long have we held this for? We bought it on June 21st, 2022. That's about 2.5 years ago. And it has appreciated 125% in value. It's amazing, okay? Oh wait, no, not 2.5 years. I'm sorry, 2022, 1.5 years. Wait, that's even more insane. Holy shit. How up are you? I had 430 shares. I bought at 166 and I sold for, we're about to sell for whatever the fuck it is now. I think I bought in at 71.5k and we're selling for 162k, 161k. That's an easy 90,000. That's half of Cake's salary for the year, right there. Wait for 488. No, shut up. Also, if you're listening to my shit and you ever take investment advice from me, I can give you good financial advice, but I am 100% gambling on every stock I buy. I look at it, I get a call from the astrology gods, and they send me in the right direction, but... Why are you selling? You don't believe in meta? The only reason I bought it initially was because I felt like the downturn, I felt like people were overhyping the metaverse failure. I don't know if any of that analysis was good or not. That was just my gut feeling at the time. And I was like, is Facebook really worth 50% less than it was last year? No shot. Okay. Preview and submit order. Okay, sell. That's what we're doing, right? any research on revenue tonight? Fuck no, I ain't got time for that. Are these trades in a taxable account or an IRA? Taxable account. I can only dump like 40 or 50K into an IRA every year, I think. I've got like a SEP IRA or whatever. Don't sell 100%, sell like 30 to 40% if it has no sign of going down. No, fuck off. The S&P 500 is going to outperform Meta now. I can feel it. Okay. Okay, boom, boom. Oh, and then my Budweiser stock. Did we ever make money on that? Hold on, let's check. Are you gonna try some options for once? Fuck no. I'm not that retarded. Okay. Brokerage account. I thought I remember you saying something to Dan about shorting GameStop during the memes. Did you ever do it? No. The issue is that like I felt like I knew. How do I explain this? If you think you know the direction something's heading because it's very obvious, all of your derivative markets are going to be.
We are returned.
Correct. Shorting is not a derivative sell, but options are derivatives, I think, right? Puts and calls are derivatives. So the cost for contracts for puts and calls are going to price in the volatility or whatever, your IV or whatever bullshit. That's all going to be priced in. So if you think like, this is probably not priced correctly, I'm going to make a killing buying and selling calls or puts, well, congratulations. Everybody else in the market is also thinking the same thing. So you're going to pay a premium for those contracts for the calls or puts based on the projections of where people think the market's going to move, right?
My pack is full.
God damn it.
That's why options are so expensive around earnings. Yeah, sure. Okay. I'm sorry. Oh, my Budweiser stock.
Damn it.
Did I sell it? Why don't I see it anymore? Self-managed accounts. I only have the my VU thing, my VT ETF. Oh, I put that in my retirement account. Okay, hold on. Yeah, Budweiser. Okay. How up are we on this guy? I only bought this one to trigger the conservatives, but I don't know if it was good or not. Cost basis summary show lot details. What do we got? Not this one, but this one. Okay, I bought this on June 7th. Wait, 06, 07. I don't know if that's June 7th or July 6th, 2023. So about a year and a half ago. And that's up 18.31%. S&P 500. I don't know if that's beating the market or not. Oh, the first one is the month. Ooh, okay, so June 6th. Okay. So if I look for June 6th, year to date, 20. June 6th, 2023.
Your fear betrays you.
The market is up 11.67%. So we crushed the market on that one too. We made 7 points more. Boom! There we are, boys. It's just 6 months, not 1.5 years. Yeah, 6 months from 2023. Oh, sorry. We just entered a new year. Fucks my head a little bit. Yeah, but 6 months.
Couldn't hold on. There were just too many of them. Men are losing hope. The demons' numbers seem endless. They come at all times, day or night.
Remind me to sell this later. You're wasting my time. Thank you. All right, what do we got? 20 minutes. 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 somebody show me where Epstein claims scared of Tartaglione. What the fuck? How do you spell this guy? Attorney say Epstein never committed suicide. He wanted to fight charges and get on. Oh, this was the guy we were listening to. So they're just citing the podcast we were listening to. Tartaglione claimed later that he had saved Epstein from suicide, but Epstein told Schoen what he said happened was that this other inmate had tied something around his neck as part of some kind of experiment that Jeffrey didn't feel he was in a position to say no to. And the guy pulled the thing and it left a mark on his neck, and that was the end of it. He didn't pass out, but it was a scary episode for him. It was not an episode. This is what we just listened to. Wait, what the fuck? Can we get some more information about this? What the fuck is this? It sounds so fucking weird.
Need more time. That was just a taste.
What the fuck is this?
At Arizona State University, we offer a wide variety of degree programs online to match all kinds.
A few key points. And one of those key points is the fact that Jeffrey Epstein said himself that he was attacked physically by Nicholas Tartaglione. But there was no mention of that in the AP report, and no mention of Tartaglione at all. You would think that this guy, who shared a cell with Epstein the first time around, when Epstein allegedly tried to kill himself, would be a topic of conversation, especially considering we've never had any real answers about Tartaglione or what he was doing in that jail cell. Can anyone explain why a man charged with 4 homicides is in a jail cell with one of the most protected or should be protected people in the whole entire prison system? And then the audacity to act like nothing happened in that jail cell. To act like Jeffrey Epstein tried to kill himself that first time around in that jail cell, when we have no video corroboration, we have nobody in the jail cell with them but him and Tartaglione, and Epstein tells one story and Tartaglione told a different story. But we're gonna believe what Nicholas Tartaglione said? Sorry, I don't buy it. And for me, Tartaglione was put in that jail cell to send a message. And that message to Jeffrey Epstein was, look, either we're going to do it or you're going to do it. You decide. And Tartaglione was the vehicle for that message to get there. What other excuse is there for him being in that jail cell, for the cameras being broken, and then for the authorities...
Based manufacturer and retailer of room divider.
New developments in the death of accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. His former cellmate has requested a transfer to a different jail, saying guards have been threatening him to stay silent. Senior correspondent Rick Leventhal has the latest from our New York City newsroom. Rick?
And Harris, you probably remember a few weeks before Epstein hung himself in his jail cell, he was found nearly unconscious with marks on his neck, and there was a suggestion that his cellmate might have had something to do with it. Well, that cellmate was former cop Nick Tartaglione, who was charged...
Thank you. See, these are hard to pronounce names, okay?
...charged with a quadruple murder. He was in court today, not on his case, but a request to move from Manhattan's Metropolitan Correctional Center because he has information that could be very damaging to staff there, according to his attorney, who says officers told his client to shut up and stop talking about what he witnessed when Epstein was in his cell, also complaining about deplorable conditions like a serious rodent and insect infestation problem and mold on the sink in his cell from which he is forced to drink. That hearing is still underway. And we're learning more about Epstein's sordid past in a lawsuit filed this week by 3 more women, one claiming she was flown to Florida to have sex with Epstein while he was serving his sentence as a convicted sex offender, meeting him in an office he set up when he was granted work release while he was supposed to have sex with Epstein's sordid past in his cell from which he is forced to drink. That hearing is still underway. And we're learning more about Epstein's sordid past in a lawsuit filed this week by 3 more women, one claiming she was flown to Florida to have sex with Epstein while he was serving his sentence as a convicted sex offender, meeting him in an office he set up when he was granted work release while he was supposed to be under close watch.
Wait, was she underage? Or is it illegal to have sex with people that come from out of state? Or what was the, I'm sorry, did I miss the first part of it? Was she underage?
That's by Palm Beach Sheriff's deputies. A sex offender meeting, one claiming she was flown to Florida to have sex is still underway. And we're learning more about Epstein's sordid past.
Complaint. What? Dude, this is the most annoying tech I've ever seen in my life. Why would you do this?
In a lawsuit filed this week by
Caitlin Doe. Plaintiff. Complaint. Caitlin Doe. Epstein. Flew. Florida. Epstein arranged for sex during work release. Oh my fucking god, what happened to the internet, boys? Unlock 48 hours for free, yes.
Still waiting.
What do you mean, valid email address?
My pack is full.
Parents put all the evidence behind paywalls if anyone knows it's not true.
I've become stronger.
Including when he met. Seen his web website repeatedly arranged for sex with at least 2 girls, including one he met when she was 17.
Need more time.
Jeffrey Epstein, through his brazen and powerful organization, was quite literally able to commit federal sex trafficking offenses at his work release office during his jail sentence. The allegations was included a trio of lawsuits with 3 women lawsuits. Lawsuits were filed against Epstein's estate and other entities suspected of helping Epstein travel the world.
I'm returning to
women. According to her lawsuit, Epstein in 2006 promised to help her cure an eating disorder, but instead lured her to I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I just had so many dumb guesses off the top of my head. But instead lured her into sex in a massage room at his Manhattan mansion. She was 70 at the time and a virgin. Caitlin was flown up to his luxury compound in the West Virgin Islands, where he coerced her into sex, she said. 7 months of sex acts, all while promising to pay for her expensive, necessary surgeries, according to lawsuits filed by attorneys. Gotcha. Okay. Jesus. All right.
3 more women, one claiming she was flown to Florida to have sex with Epstein while he was serving his sentence as a convicted sex offender, meeting him in an office he set up when he was granted work release while he was supposed to be under close watch by Palm Beach Sheriff's deputies. Another alleged victim says Epstein forced her into a sham marriage with another woman in the Virgin Islands when she turned 18, so this other woman, a foreign national, could keep working for Epstein, so procuring him more girls. And the New York Post is reporting because Epstein filed his will in the Virgin Islands 2 days before hanging himself, it will force most of the lawsuits against his estate to be refiled, since they don't name the executors of his will as required after his death. Next Tuesday, Epstein's attorneys, prosecutors, and alleged victims will be back in court for a status conference on his criminal case, given a chance to weigh in.
Okay. Inmate 1 is who's named here. Okay. Approximately 1:27 a.m. SHU staff hears noises coming from Epstein's cell. Epstein's cellmate says that Epstein had attempted to hang himself. SHU staff observes Epstein lying on the floor with a piece of orange cloth around his neck. Epstein initially tells MT's New York staff that his cellmate tried to kill him. Epstein's cellmate Inmate 1 tells MCC New York staff that while he was asleep, he felt something hit his legs. When he turned on the light, he saw Epstein with a string around his neck and called the guards. Epstein is transferred out of the SHU and placed on suicide watch in a cell near the psychology department and health services unit. Later that morning, health services unit personnel conducted a medical assessment that observed Epstein as a red mark 2/3 of the way down the front and side of his neck. UB assesses Epstein for risk of suicide. He should remain on suicide watch. In contrast to his prior statement that his cellmate tried to kill him, Epstein says he does not remember how he sustained injuries to the neck. So Epstein did originally say that he felt like his cellmate tried to kill him. Wait, right? Yeah, okay. So he did say that initially, but then he changed his story later. Then he denies suicidality or having any memory of what occurred. Disk failures occur in DVR2 of MCC New York security camera system, which results in the system being unable to record. Although the cameras continue to work and broadcast a live video feed, MCC New York personnel do not learn of the DVR2 recording failure until August 8th, 2 days before Epstein's death. Roughly half of MCC New York security cameras, including those located in the SHU, are assigned to record to the DVR2 system. Oh, okay, that's interesting. So it wasn't just one recorder for this particular camera that was out. It was one of the DVRs that was recording about half of the cameras in the jail. That makes it a little bit less shady. Epstein is transferred back to the SHU.
Do you want more?
And they knew before he killed himself that that recorder was fucked too. I don't know if that would be in favor of or against the conspiracy. It could be in favor of because they knew and they didn't have to fix it, or it could be against it because then it shows it wasn't destroyed just for his death and they had forewarned and they should have known about it. MCC New York staff psychologist from the psychology department sends an email to staff saying that Epstein needs to be housed with an appropriate cellmate. Epstein and his new cellmate, inmate 3, are placed in a cell within the SHU that can accommodate the needs of Epstein's medical device. New York conducts disciplinary proceedings against Epstein for alleged self-mutilation and ultimately concludes that there is insufficient evidence to find that Epstein engaged in a prohibited act. What is the self-mutilation? Epstein is psychologically evaluated in connection with disciplinary proceedings. He does not remember how he sustained the marks on his neck. Oh, just the attempted suicide. MCC New York personnel attempt to obtain an estimate from Company 1 to run the wiring conduit for the new camera system, which would eliminate the need for vehicle technicians to perform the work. According to court records, Epstein appears in court for a status conference in which the court sets deadlines for motions in response to
You won't survive that.
Let's see. The psychology department conducts a clinical visit with Epstein, who denies any suicidal allegations. Receiving a discharge, staff and the psychology department of the patient suicidal tendencies and use martial law. Suicidal. That's not warranted. Okay.
I'm not ready yet.
I wonder when the last time, if you guys could look this up, it'd be interesting. When was the last time Epstein changed his last will and testament prior to August 8th? New York staff discovered the disk failures that occurred in the DVR2 system on July 29th and that resulted in approximately half of the institution recording, although the cameras continue to broadcast live video feed. MCC New York staff did not perform the work necessary to restore recording functionality of the DVR2 system or address long-standing performance failures within the institution's system. At approximately 8:30 a.m., Epstein's cellmate inmate 3 is transferred out of MCC New York. 2 MCC staff members said they notified supervisory staff of MCC to transfer Epstein's new cellmate. Other witnesses did not corroborate these statements. Epstein was not assigned a new cellmate as required by the psychology department. Sometime between 8 and 9 a.m., Epstein meets with his attorneys in the SHU conference rooms. Epstein could be moved to a different housing unit or housed without a cellmate. Go to page 81 for chapter 6.
And we return.
Okay, page 81 on the doc or 81 in the file? Can replace the hard drive to repair the installation. Do not complete repairs. The U.S. Court of Appeals of the Second Circuit United States approximately 2,000 pages of documents, civil litigation involving Ghislaine Maxwell, who was later convicted in 2021 of conspiring with Epstein to sexually abuse minors over the course of a decade. Some of these documents contain information that may relate to the criminal charges pending against Epstein. Oh. Wait, okay. That's a pretty big one, too. So, at approximately 6:45 p.m., Epstein leaves the attorney conference room. So, Epstein, I'm guessing Epstein found out while talking with his attorneys at 6:45 that, that Ghislaine had basically gotten fucked. Is that true? If I'm reading this, I'm assuming it's in the timeline here because that's when it happened around there. Approximately 7 p.m., contrary to BOP policy, with permission of a unit manager, Epstein is permitted to place an unmonitored telephone call to a number with a New York City area code, purportedly to speak with his mother. In actuality, Epstein speaks with someone with whom he allegedly has a personal relationship. After all, Epstein is returned to his cell where he remains without a cellmate. That's weird and stupid. Permission of a unit manager. Okay, but I guess they got permission for that. They do not conduct the 4 p.m. or 10 p.m. inmate counts after approximately 10:40. SHU staff members do not conduct the required 30-minute rounds. So 6:30 a.m. SHU staff begins to deliver breakfast to inmates of the SHU through the food slots and the locked cell doors. When SHU staff turns the door to Epstein, SHU staff unlock the door. In which Epstein's cell is located, then knocks on the door to Epstein's cell. Epstein, who is housed alone in his cell, does not respond to SHU staff. They unlock the door and find Epstein hanged. One end of a piece of orange cloth on his neck, the other end tied to the top portion of a bunk bed in Epstein's cell. Epstein is suspended from the top bunk in a near seated position with his buttocks approximately 1 inch to 1 inch and a half off the floor and his legs extended straight out in front of him. SHU staff immediately activate a body alarm, which notified all MCC New York staff of emergency. SHU staff then ripped the orange cloth away from the bunk bed, which causes Epstein's buttocks to drop to the ground. SHU staff lay Epstein on the ground and immediately initiate CPR. There. Minutes after arriving, they continue CPR, intubate, administer fluids. He was pronounced dead. MCC New York staff unsuccessfully attempted to recover the DVR2 system, the SHU, and the DB is preparing the DVR2 system. The FBI seizes all hard drives contained in the DVR2 system's evidence. They seize additional components of the DVR2 system, the entire DVR1 system. The Digital Forensics Analysis Unit in Quantico, Virginia begins to conduct forensic analysis at the MCC New York DVR system determines that there were catastrophic disk failures in the DVR2 system disk array, and no recordings were available on the DVR2 system after July 29th, 2019. The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, City of New York, released its findings publicly.
Sweet revenge!
Inmate 1, Inmate 3. 82. Discovery security camera system recording issue, August of 2019. Oh, we're just skipping over the catastrophically damaged hard drives. Yeah, but it says they were damaged months ago. That's why it was fucked. Discovery of... Oh wait, this is set up. Background on security camera system at MCC. All video surveillance from MCC New York's cameras was connected to a digital video recorder system. The DVR system had 2 data storage systems that were DVR1 and DVR2, and each consisted of 16 hard drives used for storing digital recordings. Roughly half of MCC New New York's security cameras were assigned to record to DVR 1, and the other half were assigned to record to DVR 2. Wow. Today we learn about the importance of redundancy. And each consisted of 16 hard drives used for storing digital recordings. Roughly half MCC New York's cameras assigned to cameras assigned to DVR 1 only recorded to the DVR 1 hard drives, and cameras assigned to DVR 2 only recorded to DVR 2 hard drives. Therefore, if DVR 2 crashed, no video from DVR 2 assigned cameras could be retrieved from DVR 1, and vice versa. The OIG's investigation revealed a history of camera problems at MCC New York. In August of 2019, the electronics technician was the only such technician at MCC New York. The electronics technician told the OIG that when he began work at MCC New York in 2016, he found that the facility's security camera system needed to be upgraded. According to the electronics technician, the system had not been properly maintained prior to his arrival. The hard drives and the DVRs frequently malfunctioned and needed to be replaced, and the overall system was outdated, in part because the cameras were analog and not digital. What does that mean? The cameras were analog and not digital. Analog meaning like
recording to VHS.
The one, what do you call those cords? Analog video cables. Actual film? No, shot.
RCA.
It must mean they were using like these composite AV cables. Film? Like it was actually recording to tape? No, shot. The cameras were?
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
No, I think it just meant that they were doing this type of video transfer.
I can't carry anymore. I need to go back.
I have
Analog
to get
cameras are traditional
fucking...
camera used in CCTV systems. It sends video over cable to VCRs or DVRs. IP cameras are all digital cameras. What does IP stand for? Like Internet Protocol or something else? IP cameras are all digital cameras that can send signals over cable to be stored in the network. Many security camera systems today are hybrid systems incorporating both analog and digital components. I'm drunk at Pinellas. Okay.
I'm overburdened. I need to go back.
So the DVR could have had a built-in
oh shit, I got it done.
I guess some sort of. I guess. I'm sure something is built in. Obviously, it isn't. To the OIG that when he began working at MCC, found the need to upgrade it. Okay. The electronics technician told the OIG that throughout his tenure at MCC New York, the camera system was subject to frequently recurring failures, particularly with respect to the DVR hard drives. I wonder why. The electronics technician provided the OIG with copies of email messages and work orders that documented 9 instances between June 2017 and July 2019 in which actions were taken to address a problem that either the MCC New York cameras or the hard drives used to record videos from the cameras. Damn. Maybe because digital can have artifacts, but analog does not. I feel like technically anything could have artifacts. Digital things could have artifacts from like an encoding process. Analog stuff can have artifacts just from the transmission of the shit itself, right? Like you can have artifacts in film that's all like done like via analog film composites and shit, right?
Dude, how many fucking layers?
Last will and testament of Jeffrey E. Epstein. I, Jeffrey E. Epstein, direct my executive to pay from my estate all expenses of my last illness, my funeral, burial expenses. This compensation to each executor for serving as executive director under the sum of $250,000 for each executor upon the completion of probate of my estate. Give all my property, real and personal, wherever situated after the payments of the acting trustee of the 1950 trust created under a certain trust agreement. I appoint Darren K. Indike and Richard E. Kahn as executors. Does he name inheritors here, or? He gives all of his assets to the trust. Yeah, true. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The warden, who assumed his responsibilities at MCC New York in May of 2018, told the OIG he was generally aware that there were problems with the security camera system throughout the institution. He further stated that efforts were undertaken to determine which cameras were working and which needed to be fixed, and that MCC New York officials intended to ultimately seek funding to replace the entire system. Federal Bureau of Prisons records reflect that on September 6, 2018, the warden submitted a memorandum to the BOP's Northeast Regional Director to request $800,000 in funding to replace the entire camera system. The memorandum identified an estimated project start date of December 1st, 2018, and an estimated completion date of February 9th, 2019. The BOP approved the funding request on September 21st. $34,000 was awarded to Company 2. As the camera upgrade project was beginning, BOP officials recognized that MCC New York's mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems will also need to make repairs, and MCC New York did not have enough qualified technicians on staff to complete both the camera installations and other repairs needed at the facility. So beginning of the week of March 17th, 2018, BOP's Northeast Regional Office arranged for technicians from other BOP institutions to conduct temporary duty assignments at MCC New York to perform the work. During the course of the TDY rotations, work was not consistently conducted on the camera upgrade because sometimes TDY staff assigned to the project used to cover shortages at MCC. Okay, so this place is a fucking dump. At the time of Epstein's death on August 10th, 2019, the camera system upgrade had not been completed. Immediately following Epstein's death, Company 1 officials arrived at MCC New York and installed the new recording system within a couple of days. Got too late then. Recording functionality was restored using the existing cameras. The majority of new cameras did not arrive at the facility until October 2019. Installing stages, the wiring work was conducted. According to electronic technicians, according to forensic analysis conducted by the FBI after Epstein's death, disk failures occurred in MCC New York's DVR2 system on July 20, 2018, which resulted in the system being unable to record. According to BOP records, what disks are they using that are failing so fucking awful? Holy shit. Hi. According to BOP records and OIG interviews, we did not learn about the failure until August 8th, when the Special Investigative Services Lieutenant and Associate Warden 1 attempted to review recorded surveillance video for a matter unrelated to Epstein. The SAS lieutenant told the OIG she discovered that no recorded video was available for several of the institution's cameras. She reported the matter to the communications office, and the electronics technicians arrived to assess the problem sometime before his shift was scheduled to end. The electronics technicians told the OIG that he found that roughly half the institution's approximately 150 cameras, which were assigned to record a DVR2, were displaying a live video. How is it possible they didn't set up redundant storage after certain failures? I have no idea. Well, I mean, it looks like the issue because they have problems with the electricity, the plumbing, and everything. It seems like a dumb basically. They just don't have money. Right. The electronics technician told the OIG,
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah.
I am returning to town.
The electronics technician told the OIG that before Epstein's death, no one was specifically tasked with ensuring that video from the camera. Thank you. What's that? Okay. Thank you. Love you.
is full. I need to go back.
Natalia's embracing Cinder Code.
I'm overburdened.
Oh my god, what did I just push in this? Why did this just go here?
I need to go back.
Okay, hold on. Somebody in KickChat said, the thing is, Destiny, when you run a server that saves security camera data, the server will be running a RAID drive, typically RAID 6, which requires a shit ton of disks to manage uptime. When you have like 50 disks in a RAID 6 setup, you will have disks fail on you every other week usually. I didn't know. Do they use RAID on like the huge levels? RAID usually has a ton of redundancy built in though. Like a disk failing, the whole point, unless you're like running RAID 0 or whatever. The whole point of like running these things is to have a ton of redundancy in your drives though. Like 1 or 2 or 3 drives failing shouldn't affect you. No, I don't know what configuration RAID 6 is. What do we have? Okay, RAID 6 is okay. So is this striping and parity? Is that what we're looking at here? Is that what this means? RAID 6 is n minus 2. What does that mean? 2 disks can fail per block and it'll still be functional, or? RAID 6 uses 2 parity stripes. The practice of dividing data across a set of hard disks or SSDs on each disk allows for disk failures when the RAID set for any data loss. In a conventional RAID, data is stored in multiple hard disks, thereby increasing the aggregate mean time between failures, improving the fault tolerance. The approach known as RAID 4. Such as archiving. RAID 6 uses less storage than, for example, RAID 10 array, which can only store half of its storage capacity. So an RAID 6 array contains the minimum number of disks 4. Then it can only hold half the total disk capacity of data as well. Its capacity of 2 drives hold parity. The difference comes as disks are added. The my guess is going to be, from the way they talk about these DVR things, I don't think RAID or redundancy is anywhere on anything. It sounds like they're just recording sequentially, like in fucking drives, or it's like all striped and one drive kills everything, which that's what it sounds like, or I don't know, or just like everything is fucked in the system. That's what it sounds like, but who knows? Okay. How would I know? Death present. No, 199. No, okay. RAID is not backups, it's just a mechanism to lessen downtime. We would need to know the RAID used and disk age, sizes of disks, etc. to make an informed decision. Sure. Technically, RAID is not a backup. It's just something that ensures that if a drive fails, you don't have to like restore from a backup and you continue to run a particular array of disks or whatever. But technically, you shouldn't be using RAID as a backup. You should have a separate backup. It's not part of your RAID array. But like I said, it sounds like from this setup, it sounds like they have nothing like this. It sounds like they just have a bunch of drives, then they do an old fucking Windows box, and they're just like using like Windows Media Player, some autistic shit. I don't know. That's what it sounds like. This whole jail cell sounds fucked. Everything here sounds fucked. Okay. The electronics, traditional audio, I don't want to tax the video.
Excuse me.
Capacity record. Check the camera is still functional. Since I've stepping now checks to ensure that all cameras and witnesses are working on a daily basis. The video game again? Maybe after Factorio the DLC.
You won't survive that.
Actually, before we do this,
August 8th, following discovery of the recording failure, company server. He killed himself on August 10th. Death of Jeffrey Epstein, August 10th, right? Yes.
see if we can handle Dormant 10, boys.
Typically used with video data because it's faster too, which I'm pretty sure is needed to allow for surveillance data. I think you can get like 10,000 RPM drives these days, right? Is RAID 6 like striped? Maybe? I don't know, maybe. So it would make it faster. I don't know, don't care. Sounds like that.
May he be at peace. Do you want more?
Looks like we're rocking it. Oof. Probably gonna have to keep.
August 8th, following discovered recording failure, Company 1 service request records reflect that the electronics technician contacted Company 1 technical support representative who ultimately determined that 2 hard drives within the DDR2 had failed. According to the electronics technician, Company 1 service request record, Company 1 representative informed the electronics technician that 2 drives needed to be replaced, the DDR2 needed to be rebuilt in order for the cameras to record again. Ooh, needed to be rebuilt. Does that imply that it was some sort of RAID array? And because of the striping, if a drive fails, they have to rebuild the whole thing? This sounds mega retarded though. So they had no backups. And then if 2 drives failed out of 16 drives. Wait, what array are you even using at that point? If you have 16 drives and 2 failing takes you out of mission, and you've got to rebuild the whole thing for it to work again.
Still waiting.
That sounds like some... People saying RAID 6? Does that make sense?
You won't survive that. I need healing. Still waiting.
In RAID 6, you need 3 failures to take you out.
Need more time.
Left the institution at the end of the shift and did not obtain the hard drives and did not continue to work on the matter. The electronics technician told the OIG he had no idea why he did not stay at the facility the result on that day, but he noted for the OIG that he had not historically been required to stay after a shift ended to work on such matters. And even if he had begun working later that day, he did not approve to work on August 8th due to the time the rebuilding process takes. Think about the amount of cameras you need to record and how long you have to archive it. Well, I mean, for the amount of cameras you have to record, it doesn't matter, right? Because you're probably recording, like, I'm totally guessing and making this up, but my guess is you're probably having, like, 9 cameras recorded on, like, one screen, and then that video footage is being recorded, right? You don't think they're actually recording, like, 80 different video feeds all to one array, do you think? But do you think each one is being recorded?
Still waiting.
Or record only on motion. Well, these sound like old outdated pieces of shit. I don't know if they do, but who knows. The OIG found that the electronic technician's immediate supervisor, facility supervisor, or manager was on leave that weekend and was not told on August 8th about the DDR recording failure. The facility manager confirmed that he did not learn about the camera problem until days after Epstein's death. The electronics technician told the OIG that he did not report the problem to lock security supervisor, who was the active facility manager. In the facility manager's absence, the SIS lieutenant told the OIG that after the electronics technician had examined the system on August 8th, the electronics technician informed her the cameras are not recording and said, "I'm going to stay and do overtime tonight." Based on his comment, the SAS lieutenant assumed the electronics technician would remain at the institution after his shift ended that day to correct the issue. The electronics technician told the OIG that there must have been some miscommunication because he did not say that he was going to work overtime and resolve the problem that same evening, since he knew the problem could not be fixed in one evening. The electronics technician told the OIG that, in hindsight, he should have stayed at the institution and began working on the problem that same day. The SAS lieutenant told the OIG that she verbally informed the captain on August 8th. The cameras were down, but the VOP records reflect the captain left the institution before the malfunction was discovered. The captain told the OIG that he did not learn about the DVR recording issue until after Epstein's death on August 10th. When he was asked to see video related to the Epstein incident, Associate Warden 1 confirmed she was with the SAS lieutenant on August 8th when the camera problem was discovered, but she told the OIG that she only knew video could not be replayed. She did not know the recording system for the cameras was down. She could see live video from the cameras on that date and therefore assumed that they were recording. According to the electronics technician, after he reported to work on August 9th, 2019 and attended to other matters throughout the day, the electronics technician found replacement hard drives and attempted to perform the repair center later in the day. The electronics technician alleged that no SAS staff were present at the time to have access to the room in which the DVR room was located, so he requested access to from the only other individual who had a key to the space, Correctional Officer 4. According to the electronics technician, CO4 denied him access to the room because CO4 shift was ending at 4 p.m. CO4 was unable to stay and accompany him in the space while the electronics technician performed the work. According to the electronics technician, CO4 said he would be at the institution the following day to provide the electronics technician access to the room, so the electronics technician decided to postpone the repair until the following day.
I must wait long.
ET said his decision was influenced by the fact that he had historically been told the MCC New York supervisors that such matters did not have to be attended to until the following day, and even if he had replaced the hard drives that day, the rebuilding process would have taken 24 hours complete, would therefore not have finished the following day anyway.
Need more time.
The electronics technician arrived at the institution around 6 a.m. on August 10th, and shortly thereafter, before he could begin work on the DVR system, he heard the staff body alarm and he reported to the SHU to assist. Later that day, he was asked to pull potential video from cameras located in and around the SHU. The ET eventually determined that most of the cameras in the SHU were assigned to record DVR2, while the cameras assigned to DVR2 were providing live video streams on August 9th and 10th, 2019. No recordings on the camera available due to the DVR2 hard drive issue, which the FBI later determined it occurred on July 29th, 2019. Among the cameras whose video was not recorded was the camera at the end of the L tier, the SHU tier in which Epstein was housed. Only 2 cameras in the vicinity of the SHU were recording DVR1 at the time of Epstein's death. 1 camera is located at the upper level entrance to the subunit.
Still waiting.
Captured video of a large part of the common area of experience. Unless anyone entering or attempting to enter the L tier from the common area of the SHU on August 10th would have been kept the video footage. Epstein's cell door, however, was not in that camera's field of view. The other camera that was recording was located in one of the 9th floors of the elevator base, provided between the 9th floor fire exit and 2 of the floors of the elevators. The last one anyone entered at 6:30 a.m.
Seriously, ho?
Unidentified CO appeared to walk up the CO. Correctional officer. Appeared to walk out. 40 and 10:30. OIG did not. Assistant with CO Tova Noel and material handler Michael Thomas mission to OIG. The SHU rounds counts were not conducted during the reference. Approximately 6:20 a.m. An unidentified officer was observed in the L tier stairway. When it says unidentified officer, is the video footage is so shitty they can't tell? Presumably to deliver breakfast food trays from 6:20 to 6:30 a.m. Unidentified officer bleeded Noel, moved back and forth. Yeah, Jesus Christ, okay.
Need more time.
Upper tiers and lower tiers. Streaming and recording.
Still waiting.
Streaming but not recording. Oh, so this one's doing recording, but all of these were out. And then this one's recording. Epstein's cell was here. Location of operating SHU cameras, potential floors. This photograph has been modified with privacy reasons.
Still waiting. Your fear betrays you.
Okay, the FBI forensic analysis. FBI evidence documents revealed that on August 10th, the FBI seized all hard drives in the DVR system. August 14th, they returned and seized additional DVR2 components. And then on August 15th, they seized the DVR1 system. So Quantico, Virginia received NCC New York DVR system, began to conduct forensic analysis system for the forensic reports. DVR did not start successfully. The digital forensic analysis unit is found to be consistent with three faulty hard drives. The FBI forensic reports that the two drives were repaired by an FBI advanced data recovery specialist, but the was never able to be solved successfully. Forensic reports further state that an FBI computer scientist and the company one technician reviewed the controller logs and found that there had previously been catastrophic disk failures and no recordings would have been available after July 29. July, August. Okay, so a couple weeks earlier, a few weeks earlier. When was Epstein originally assigned to this prison? Or jail? Yeah, arrested in prison. July 6th. He was arrested. Still waiting. Posted that July 23rd. Why didn't they have video footage of the July 23rd suicide attempt? It's Charmander. Hop into Discord, you're getting permabanned. Good luck.
Need more time. Darkness awaits you.
Okay, chat. The FBI for instance, reports that the through desert OIG accident by explaining that they fully OIG is unaware. The camera's not recording DVR2 between July 29th and August 8th. He lied. Either the warden or the SS listeners where the cameras assigned to DVR2 had not been reporting since July 29th. The company one technician cannot recall working with the electronic technician any of the
Strong arm bracers.
No videos have been able to be recorded
and Danetta's.
any of the cameras. Read the message to the end, it's a joke. Do better and check third-party sources like InfoWars or some other independent media source. How am I supposed to know it's a joke? I just debated Alex Jones. How would I know that that message makes it a joke? Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Give me like the best YouTube video while I eat. Give me like the best video for convincing me that this was like intentional. I wonder if Greenwald has talked about this. Greenwald, Epstein suicide. Let me take out my Invisalign 1 sec. Destiny, why are you only using a single source for this? There's no way they're going to straight up say, LOL, we did it. Okay. Let me bring you into the logic of the world. Okay? This is why I go off of first an official government source. Okay. Usually, official government sources are signed off on by multiple people, and usually they cite information by multiple people, by multiple witnesses. They're all giving testimony. They're all in under oath. Generally. Okay. So perjure yourself or get fucked if you lie. Okay. So that's a good place to start. Now you might say, well, of course they're not going to say they're guilty. That's probably true, maybe. Although the Durham report and other investigations into the government have held the government responsible for some things. But sure, let's say that that is true, okay? The reason why you start with the official report then is because, let's say you say, oh, well, I think that they lied about this thing. Oh, well, cool. Then what we can do is we can say the people that are in this report, we can look them up, or we can see if there have been statements that have been made that conflict with what's in the report.
I need healing.
If they haven't, then the onus is on you to tell me, how is the FBI able to get all of these different parties together to lie and falsify records, corroborate whatever story they're trying to sell, and nobody has leaked anything, either from the FBI in the investigation, or none of the witnesses themselves have not said, oh, the media lied about this thing. That's why we start with the official report, okay? If an official report is released and nobody credible comes out and contradicts it, then, I'm sorry, it's boring, but it's probably what happened.
Need more time.
Glenn Greenwald doesn't comment on this? Guess not. Pally Aliako, I see what you're saying. Please stop saying.
Not ready yet.
Video related to first Epstein suicide attempt was lost, officials say. Officials initially believed that video from outside a different cell during suicide in July had been recovered. Now they say no longer exists. Word first. This is published on January 9th, 2020. When was the OIG report published?
My pack is full.
Oh, in 2023. Yeah, okay.
I need to go back.
On Thursday, the saga of the missing and found video took yet another twist when prosecutors revealed that the recording from the jail was gone after all. The jail, it turned out, had preserved video from the wrong jail tier, and as a result, the government said the footage from outside Mr. Epstein's cell no longer existed. The dispute over the missing footage arose in the case of another prisoner, Nicholas Tartaglione.
Still waiting. Need more time.
Barr says that Epstein's suicide resulted from the perfect storm of screw-ups. So it wasn't really a perfect storm of screw-ups. It was just perpetually fucked maintenance from all of the parts of his prison. Is what it sounds like, but...
I am too low on discipline. Still waiting.
Hey.
Hey, what's
Hey,
up?
what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah,
What
I can hear you.
What are you watching in the background?
The trailer for Made in Manhattan.
What is Made in Manhattan with Jennifer Lopez?
With Jennifer Lopez, yeah. Under the argument with the parrot. That's what Lewis is for me. Because anytime I see Lewis post, all Lewis knows is fight. You know, he's one of those guys that's like
minimum, and he's like, he's like, you shouldn't do the minimum, and we're like, no, it's.
It's not that, that wasn't his point. It's that only people with children in business should talk about any issue. Fucking around, you know, about.
Right.
And he's like, no, I understand. He's like, me too, bro. He's like, we make better decisions than the person in the game.
Who knows?
It's like somebody,
yeah.
it's like
How? What the fuck?
They aren't talking about fucking Jeffrey Epstein.
Imagine if they were pizza. Go on. Sorry.
Yeah, they make excuses for Trump. Like the two I see mainly are that the prosecutor at the time, like in some interview, did say like, well, I'll tell you what, with all the people I served, like subpoenas to or talked to, Donald Trump was the only one that picked up the phone at the time and was like, oh, I'll tell you whatever you need to know. You know, he was like the prosecutor in Miami or whatever. There's some clip of him saying that Trump made an effort to help the investigation and cooperate, which is interesting. Not that it exonerates him for going on the pedophile plane, but
now the thing with the people going on the pedophile plane.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton goes on it 26 times, and then he leaves the Secret Service off, so that's very creepy. Is there, but I like, there's been other people on the plane, like Chris Tucker, Katie Kerr, maybe Katie Kerr, I don't really know. Supposedly Chelsea
These
Handler's, like,
ground
associated with
effects,
this guy.
dude, is so fucking retarded.
I don't know, like, there's probably some people that are just in the proximity of this guy, and this might be Trump, too, who aren't guilty of the heinous crimes that other people are.
The Democrats, I enjoy that. Like, when you have, back to the Lewis analogy, but I don't have any skin in the game. I don't give a fuck. Like, if it turned out that Donald Trump is, like, also an elite pedophile, it's like, I didn't fucking vote for the guy. I don't care. But, like...
And, like, do you think that they're dragged into this at all?
Like, what are the chances that they, like, face any kind of consequences for this?
Right.
Absolutely zero.
Very
Nothing will happen.
right.
There is nothing that's going to fucking happen.
But this is the thing with people that like conspiracies and they like all this shit. What I've realized is they think it's a show where there's a series finale and they're going to get what they want. Like, Guantanamo opens, everybody gets thrown in, but it's like, guys, it's not like that. It's just...
If you would describe a worst possible situation and be willing to believe, what would that look like? Right now, the worst possible situation, I don't know, you look at all the federal prisons, you see which ones have, like, the biggest fucked history of surveillance or camera equipment. You find that one, you figure out, like, which parts of the jail aren't being recorded. You throw Epstein into that part of the jail, and then you convince him to kill himself when you know it's not going to be on camera.
Need more time.
But I still don't know why it can't be on camera. I don't understand that. I don't know why it can't be on camera. Why wouldn't you want to see him kill himself? It seems like it would just be good for the plot. I don't know.
Soap opera where you just eventually don't care anymore and you stop watching.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, nothing will happen. It's like, I mean, I would not be surprised if they indict.
There is no, because he didn't kill himself. That's the claim. The only intelligent claim is that he killed himself under duress. I don't think any intelligent person can defend the idea that he killed himself, or I'm sorry, that somebody else killed him. That's just not supported by anything. There's just no chance. That can't be the case. That just can't be the case, that somebody else killed him. I don't think any credit, unless somebody materialized or crawled into the jail cell through some ceiling secret exit entrance, there's just no shot. The autopsy isn't consistent with that, and the camera would have caught somebody walking in or out of the jail, right? Because remember,
Have you spoken to Auric?
Not yet. Does one say to an ancient Nephilim ghost?
I suppose you start with hello.
Wait, we were on page 80. This camera would have caught anybody moving in and out of the L tier. Nobody came in or out to kill him. It's just not possible. Not if it was a guard. We have footage of guards going in and out. It just didn't happen. There's no way. And a guard couldn't have killed him. The autopsy would have showed that. Yeah, there's no way that somebody killed him. So the best version of the conspiracy to have Epstein killed would have been somebody convincing Epstein to kill himself. But I just don't feel like the facts surrounding this are that strong to support that. The claim is that an inmate was paid off. How? That doesn't make any sense. Nobody went into his cell. They were closed. His cellmate killed him? He didn't have a cellmate. Is this going to be one of those conspiracies where people just think things they don't know any of the underlying facts? What if someone used active camo? Okay, true.
On all these charges, and then he's still only.
It did. His hyoid bone was broken. You don't get that hanging from a bunk bed. First of all, apparently you can get that if you jump off a thing and hang yourself, number one. But number two, that's not even an interesting part of the autopsy. The interesting thing is, why would there be absolutely no signs of struggle? Why would there be absolutely no defensive wounds? Why would there be absolutely no indication of anything, of a violent conflict happening anywhere on his body during the autopsy? This is a 66-year-old, 6 foot tall, 185-pound man. You're telling me somebody came in and killed him without any resistance at all? That's just wild. I would be shocked if anybody could produce a single autopsy that looks like that ever of a man being killed without significant drugs being involved. If you entertain that intelligence agencies wanted to kill him to erase their ties, what capabilities would they have to create / erase evidence? I mean, the problem is there are so many moving pieces now with people saying the cameras were broken before. We'd already contacted other companies. Unless they intentionally stuck him here. I mean, I could concoct some crazy schemes to do it. Like a man was in the cell the entire time from start to finish, and was waiting there for 4 days in a compartment underneath the bed. Didn't the pics look like his body was covered in bruises? No, there was no bruising anywhere in the body, except for around the neck, and I think there was a little thing on his arm. What is with the syringe done on the arm? That was when the EMTs were trying to resuscitate him. Ferlucci, Aaliyah, Permaban, bye. He knew he was going to have a hard life in there. Even the cops were mistreating him already. He had all the reason to be suicidal. True, but some people counter that he had a hearing coming up for possibly making bail, so maybe not. But Golem, you're banned for a month or a week for spamming the same message over and over and over and over again. I don't know why people keep doing this. How hard would it be for the FBI/CIA to pay off the guards, manipulate camera footage, etc.? Is it possible to manipulate?
So we can turn up Destiny a little bit.
Now. and you're trying to get claims of like it was broken for a week or two, and you're roping in other companies and like you're introducing so much entropy, so much possibility for chaos.
Destiny's up, and now I'm up.
By roping in so many people.
Alright, cool.
Why wouldn't you just kill him when he gets out of jail? Like, why not let him post bail, leave jail, and then kill him somewhere? That's like so much easier. That's like 1 billion times easier, right? This sounds conspiratorial, but is it possible that the autopsy was falsified in some way? That would be a good place to hit from. The only thing that makes it hard to believe that is that Michael Bawden was brought in to observe the autopsy, which was Epstein's lawyers. He was brought in to observe it. Now, was he and the other New York medical state examiner, maybe both of them were bought off to lie about the autopsy? But then what also? To falsify the photos? Because those autopsy results were made available to other people to analyze. Every single party that analyzed the autopsy results was also bought off? Didn't the CIA have a heart attack gun that shot a little dart with frozen pathogen like Siguartar toxin, and they tried to use it on Castro and failed? Seems like you're not being imaginative enough for such a high-profile dude who likely to do it himself. Okay.
Unlikely.
Would a lawyer know enough to contest the autopsy results? For criminal defendants, I'm sure that autopsy results are like part and parcel of their job, right? You said he would have had to jump to have the damage to the neck. However, the OGI report states that senior official specialist once said that Epstein was sitting on the floor of the cell with the back against the bunk bed ladder. Yes, Ben, because jumping is an action that happens in time, and after you jump, you're no longer jumping. So if you jump, and then somebody finds you 2 hours later, they're not going to find you jumping. They're going to find you at the end of the jump. You're not jumping forever, because actions happen sequentially through time and space. Yes. I don't know how else to explain that one to you, Chief.
He gets like 6 years of supervised probation.
Right.
I mean, it's like not like work release. It'll be the same exact thing again. Right. It's just like, you know, the idea that like these people ever face consequences for anything is just
Is Hillary Clinton? If you journalist, if you podcaster, citizen, right? Contractors, yeah.
Right. She wants to see that's politics.
That's how to get ahead. You gotta be smart.
There
play the
with
cards
the
the right way.
Marauders.
It's creepy. Do you think we'll see like big name people get mentioned? Like we have Chris Tucker already. Who's somebody that would really throw you? That's like on his plane. Who would really shock you?
Well, Chris, you know that's a different Chris Tucker.
No, I didn't.
That's what I've been told. That's what I've been told is that it's a different Chris Tucker.
Oh. I was thinking it was weird that you had. I don't think of black people as pedophiles. I don't know why.
Right. No. Yeah. I mean, I doubt that.
Hypothetically, if Epstein was in the intelligence world, it's beyond reason to think that once his entire sex trafficking is discovered, people involved would have a very easy time working with them. There might be evidence that shows that I'm wrong on this, which you can see the fallibility of my thought process, maybe. I would be surprised if there's any evidence that shows that Epstein was both an informant or worked with intelligence agencies, and people knew that he was actively trafficking people. I have a really hard time imagining that citizens working in U.S. intelligence services could stomach, like, vetting and reviewing intelligence from a guy that was, like, actively trafficking minors and shit. I think that'd be really hard for an average U.S. citizen.
Need more time.
I feel like that shit would get leaked or whistle blown on ASAP. That would be wild. I guess maybe the information could have been compartmentalized in such a way that people didn't put those pieces together. Maybe, but that video sounded. Okay, sorry. We'll watch this while I.
But every news account of his initial injuries in the weeks before his death said that he had tried to kill himself in a cell. He was found in fetal position on the floor after a failed suicide attempt, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, once somebody says that, then everyone picks up the same story, and then it becomes, the truth, just because it's been repeated so many times. But the fact is, he did not attempt suicide that first time.
So if he didn't try and kill himself the first time, then the medical examiner had no basis to declare this a suicide.
Exactly. Plus, there's reasons why he wouldn't kill himself then. He had a hearing scheduled to appeal the bail decision coming up in a few days. And the bail was being increased. So there's a chance he could have got bail. Even as unpalatable as that might have been to some people, in the United States you're entitled to bail under certain conditions. But, so I can see if he went to the hearing for bail and was denied, then I can see him taking himself out if he didn't want to spend a year in jail waiting for the trial. Yeah. But not a few days before. That makes no sense.
In your conversations with him and in your conversations with the people who were in contact with him in the final weeks of his life, was there any indication that he was suicide at any point?
No, I had no conversations with him once he was arrested. I spoke to him the day before he was arrested. He actually called me from Paris, just the usual, how you doing, kind of phone call. And the next day, his attorney's called me and told me he was arrested. That was the last time I spoke with him.
You see the video with Epstein's attorneys and Brett Weinstein?
Just a taste. I must hear.
I didn't speak to him, see him while he was in jail.
But having spoken to his lawyers and people whom he communicated with from jail, did anybody say that he was suicide?
No, everybody was shocked that it was a suicide. Nobody thought he was going to kill himself. Nobody thought he would do that.
So what's interesting is the Attorney General of the United States at the time, Attorney General Barr, said publicly and then wrote in his memoir that he had concluded conclusively that this was a suicide based on two pieces of evidence. One, the medical examiner, the person who performed the autopsy, declared it a suicide, which is a lie. That didn't happen. And two, because he had viewed the videotape at the entrance to the tier, to the cell block where your brother was being held. What do you make of that explanation?
Well, when I heard Barr's statement that he said he personally saw the videotape and he concluded it was a suicide because nobody went in or out, that's when it hit me that he's covering this up, because there's two sort of fallacies in that. One, I thought, why is the Attorney General of the United States, I imagine that he was busy dying, why is he personally watching the videotape? Couldn't he have two people in his office watch the videotape and say, hey, Bill, nobody went in or out? Think that suffice? And two, to assume that somebody could get to that door, go inside, kill somebody, get out completely undetected is just ridiculous, because I believe there are 6 levels of security before you get to that door. So to assume that somebody can do it that way is crazy. And any third-rate investigator will tell you that there was anywhere from 7 to 14 people on the other side of that door, on the tier, that could have killed somebody. And I had been told from another source, I've been getting a lot of information from all sources, that cell doors were left unlocked that night. I don't know how many cell doors or whose cell doors, but if cell doors were left unlocked, then somebody could have went into that cell.
Why wouldn't the DOJ, the Attorney General, who's in charge of the federal prisons, or the Bureau of Prisons, DOP is under the DOJ, why would he not be interested in a case where a high-profile person gets killed or commits suicide inside of a federal prison? Why would Barr not be the one looking at this? That's the least surprising thing.
Not ready yet.
Undetected. Now, in the Justice Department report, it says that from 3 cells you could see Jeff's cell door. But if you look at the photographs of the tier, there's tiny windows in the cell door. So in order to see Jeff's cell door from another cell, you'd have to be standing at that window inside the other cell in the middle of the night looking towards Jeff's cell. And if somebody crept low beneath the height of that window, you wouldn't see him. So the fact that, to say that he could be seen from 3 other cells and they didn't see anything, well, chances are the other prisoners were sleeping in those cells if they had nothing to do with it. So again, it's just like a cover-up line.
Right. So in other words, the Attorney General said that nobody moved on to the cell block, according to the videotape, but that is irrelevant because if your brother was murdered, he was almost certainly murdered by someone who was already on the cell block.
Exactly.
Right. So given that, and it's obvious and logical when you think about it for about 10 seconds, the identities of the other inmates on that cell block are critical. Your brother was alone in his cell.
Right.
Didn't we just see the camera in front of his cell wasn't recording? No. They're talking about this camera. This camera out here, that's the one we just saw footage from. That was recording. The one that leads into the L tier here. LLL. The camera right here, though, was not recording.
Any one of those inmates could have killed your brother. Do we know who they were?
No, I can't find out who they were. There were 7 other cells, each with 1 or 2 people in them, which means it's either anywhere from 7 to 14 people, other than my brother on the tier that night. I don't know who they are, or I know one, that guy Taglione, who was Jeff's cellmate for a while. He was there for a long time. So if Jeff was killed, it's a possibility that somebody was planted in there. Cell doors were left unlocked. And then from what I understand, a number of prisoners were transferred off of that tier after.
Wait, so none of the other prisoners on this is an even worse conspiracy. None of the other prisoners complained or mentioned hearing a guy killing another dude? Nobody said a single thing? All of them were bought off?
The death. So if somebody was planted, he killed Jeff, and a day or 2 later he's transferred out, and he disappears into the ether. I don't know who the prisoners were. I'd like to find out who they are, and where are they now?
So there's, of course, a record of this. These are federal inmates in a facility run by the Department of Justice, the Bureau of Prisons overseen by the Department of Justice. So it's not like nobody knows who they were.
Yeah, they have to have a record.
Right.
Sure.
But they will not release that to you.
I haven't been able to get anything. Right.
Let's go down the chain of documents that might explain this mystery. So the first would be the records of the first responders, the EMTs, who arrived at the scene and moved your brother's body from the cell to...
No, that's what I had thought, but when I spoke to the EMT, when they got to the prison, Jeff was already in the infirmary. The prison people moved him to the infirmary, which they were not supposed to do, because when he was found, he was clearly dead. The autopsy showed he was dead for at least 2 hours before he was found. So at that point, they're supposed to leave the body and call the medical examiner's office. So they can...
I would be shocked if that was the case. Is that actually standard operating procedure? You see somebody who kind of looks like he's hanging, so like, okay, we'll just leave him there. Let's just call the EMTs. They're not supposed to remove him and try to resuscitate him? I think. Is that low in the LIG? What is the standard procedure there?
Take photographs, do the initial testing, whatever they do when they find a dead body. But that wasn't done. They moved him to the infirmary. And
they moved his corpse to the infirmary, but notified nobody else?
Well, a 911 call was made to get the EMTs, and we can't get a copy of the 911 call, which is, we hear 911 calls for all sorts of other cases. This one seems to be missing. When they got there, he was in the infirmary, and he was clearly dead because, like I said, he'd been dead for 2 hours. And there was a photograph of him being wheeled out of the prison where he was intubated, squeezing an air bulb to try to get, so I was questioning, why are they trying to put, pump into a clearly dead body? Were they trying to make it look like he was alive so that he could be declared dead in the hospital? Because what I've been told, normally when they find dead bodies in the prisons, they want to ship them to the hospital so they're declared dead in the hospital. Because an unwritten rule is nobody dies in prison.
What? I think what we read earlier is that typically only doctors declare time of death. I guess in some states EMTs can do it, but if there's not a medical facility in the hospital that has like doctors, actual doctors staffed, why would a hospital? This is all conspiratorial. None of this seems. So the EMTs were also bought off. They put intubation tubes inside the person's mouth so that to make it look like to some people that they were trying to revive. This is retarded.
They didn't want to deal with it, so they shipped him to the hospital where he was declared dead. And when I questioned the EMT why they were intubating him, I said because he was dead for at least 2 hours. The response I got was, how do you know that? It was a kind of a strange response, but I knew that from the autopsy. But the response I got was, how do you know that? I said because he was dead for at least 2 hours. Question, they didn't want to deal with it, so they shipped him to the hospital where he was declared dead. And when I questioned the EMT why they were intubating him, I said because he was dead for at least 2 hours. The response I got was, how do you know that? It was a kind of a strange response, but I knew that from the autopsy.
Am I misunderstanding what he's saying? I'm sorry. I need to listen to this one more time. I must be misunderstanding what he's saying. This is this is an example of like a 45 IQ, like an actual person with mental disability. If he's saying what I think he's saying, but it can't be. It can't be what he's. It can't be. I'm misunderstanding this. Hold on.
In the hospital, because an unwritten rule is nobody dies in prison. They didn't want to deal with it, so they shipped him to the hospital where he was declared dead. And when I questioned the EMT why they were intubating him, I said because he was dead for at least 2 hours. The response I got was, how do you know that? It was a kind of a strange response, but I knew that from the autopsy.
Why did you guys intubate him? He was dead for 2 hours. And he's like, well, how do you know that? And the guy's like, because in the future, the autopsy is going to tell you. Or I looked at the autopsy after. The EMTs didn't have access to the autopsy when they picked him up. Does he think the EMTs are time travelers? Or am I misunderstanding what he's trying to say here? Or...
So we don't know who moved him out of the cell. No person has come forward to say, I moved this corpse from the cell.
No. But I was also told that in the infirmary and in the hospital, there was somebody with a handheld video camera all the time running, videotaping everything. Where are those tapes? That's another question.
Despite the fact that your brother was dead in his cell and had been dead for 2 hours.
At least 2 hours.
At least 2 hours.
Yeah. Dead in cell. Wow. You're talking about a prolific sex trafficker there. This guy slayed more underage puss than fucking JF did, okay? What do you mean in cell? Excuse me?
Tapes. That's another question.
Despite the fact that your brother was dead in his cell and had been dead for 2 hours.
Oh, dead in a cell. Never mind, my bad. Ignore what I just said.
At least 2 hours.
At least 2 hours. Somebody cut off his clothing and redressed the corpse in hospital scrubs, in a gown.
Yeah, I have a photograph of him in a hospital gown on a gurney in a hospital where, his arms were put through the sleeves. It's one of those gowns you tie in the back. So the question becomes, who decided to dress a dead body in a hospital gown? Normally they're either in a body bag or covered in it by a sheet.
Could you go over why it's not possible he was killed by a prisoner that was within the L tier? If you are fighting for your life, somebody's trying to kill you, the autopsy is going to clearly show that. When people are struggling against people trying to kill them, you're going to have all sorts of marks around your neck. If they're trying to strangle you, you're going to have defensive wounds. So you're going to have fabric, you're going to have skin stuff underneath your nails. You're going to have broken nails. You're going to have bruising all over your body where somebody's hitting you or trying to restrain you. Wherever you're fighting is going to be marked in some ways. Unless there's like heavy drug use involved. For instance, if you drug somebody severely, and then that person passes out, then you can kill the person, maybe without any marks, assuming they don't hit their head or something as they're falling or something. But the problem is the autopsy talk screen showed that his body was clear of any drugs, unless we say he flushed his body or the talk screen was incorrect or something.
Don't be shy. Do come back again.
You think it's possible for a powerful person / intelligence agency to commission a murder and get away with it? Yeah, absolutely. But there are just like, there are so many better ways to do it. Like here's a question. Let's say that I wanted to make this death work. Rage Pope, shut the fuck up. Why would you not just have him post bail and then kill him once he's out of jail? That would be so much easier. It eliminates all of this bullshit. Just disappear the guy, or kill him, or push him out of a building. There's like a million, and then you've got way more control over the environment. You could get people to abduct him. You could let him fucking heal for a week or two, give him some drugs or whatever the fuck you need to do to make his body look nice and whatever. You could put a gun in his hand, shoot himself. There's so many easy ways to stage a suicide, or just murder him, or just disappear him, or get like another person to kill him that hates, pedophile. Like there's so many ways you could do it after that. Why would you try to kill him in a jail cell? There's like, not if he talks while in jail. Why would he talk while in jail when he's got a future bail hearing coming up or whatever? Like, but that's not true either. If you were worried about him talking in jail, then you would have killed him right after he got arrested, right? Right when he was charged, you would have killed him in the fucking station. You wouldn't let him get, if you were really that concerned about him squealing, right? Why would you do that? And also, why would you even squeal that early? You wouldn't do that unless there's like a deal on the table or something. You wouldn't be cooperating that early in an investigation that's going to end your fucking life. Like, nah, there's none of this. It's just so, all of this is so sloppy. And
Bizarre.
Yes.
And 4.5 years later, you have no answers at all on any of these questions.
None. And I've tried to get the PCR report, or the ACR report, which is the report that the EMTs fill out on every call they make. It's just their record-keeping system, and these are filed with the fire department. And as the video I sent you showed, they have no record of it.
So there are essentially no records of what happened at all. There's no videotape. The cameras were broken. The guards were supposed to be keeping watch were asleep. They were convicted of lying, but then they were pardoned by a judge later. Apparently, one still works for the federal government.
I believe so, yeah. I tried to talk to the guards. I couldn't get to them. I tried to contact them through their companies. I couldn't get to them.
Okay, so then there was famously an investigation into this overseen by the Department of Justice's head investigator. Where's that?
Well, they came out with the report, a few months ago, and for 4 years we've been trying to find out what position his body was in when it was found, and we couldn't get an answer to that either.
Destiny, if this was them killing him, the plan worked fine? What do you mean the plan worked fine? Less than a quarter of Americans even believe the official story. How is that working fine? This is like one of the most talked about, this is one of the most like elementary conspiracies that like every fucking person, this would be the worst conspiracy of all time. What are you talking about? Could you entertain Rage Pope's argument a little bit? Let's say he's killed by a designer drug, and then I don't know if there are like 0-day drugs that exist that have a half-life of nothing and can't be detected in the bloodstream and cause you to pass out. And like, I don't know if that's even true. I don't know if it was true. I don't know if I believe it. I don't know. That's, yeah.
But in the report, it described how he was found. It said that he was in a seated position with his legs extended in front of him, and he was hanging from the top bunk. So if you picture that, basically all of his body weight, or most of his body weight, was hanging by this noose around his neck, or the ligature around his neck. He had some weight on his feet, but the bulk of his 180-some pounds was hanging. And they said when they cut him down or tore him down, his buttocks was an inch and a half above the ground. Again, which means his body weight was on his neck. Now, if somebody's hanging like that, the noose or the ligature would ride up high on the neck and go high behind your ears to where it was tied to. But the autopsy photographs show that the ligature mark on Jeff's neck is in the middle of his neck and goes straight back, as if someone put a rope around his neck and strangled him, like Carlo in The Godfather, in the car.
Or the electrical cord to a
Or the electrical cord or whatever was there, but it doesn't look like the fabric from a bedsheet.
So if it seems clear just from the photographs of his autopsy that he was strangled with, say, a cord, wouldn't you test that cord for his DNA?
Yeah, nobody seems to know where that is. Also, the way they said he was hanging, and again, he had to be there for at least 2 hours. When you die, the blood in your body settles to gravity takes the blood down to the lowest parts of your body, and they become blotchy from the blood pooling under the skin. So the back of his legs and his buttocks should have what's called lividity. They should have this blotchiness, like bruising look on the back of his legs and his buttocks. The autopsy photographs show that his legs are clean and clear. So he couldn't have been hanging that way for more than, for 2+ hours. He'd have blood pooling in his legs.
Can they cite like an actual autopsy expert saying this? I haven't read what he just those two claims made. I haven't seen that by anybody doing autopsy stuff. Why not cite like an autopsy report, or why not cite somebody doing an autopsy instead of your Law and Order SVU understandings of autopsy? Why not cite somebody that actually said this? Destiny. This starts at 1 minute. Hold on. Okay.
It's not the case.
So did the report explain the discrepancies from the autopsy? That bones in his neck were broken that are not seen in hangings, but are seen in strangulations?
Those broken bones are not, they're seen in strangulations, but because he had 3 bones, it's also from karate chop to the neck will break bones like that. And
what?
3 bones, it's also from karate chop to the neck will break bones like that. And that seems to be what I've spoken to military people, a preferred way of killing people is you karate chop them in the neck really hard, you collapse their windpipe, and that disorients them and incapacitates them, and then usually they just break their neck, or you can strangle them. So,
come on, guys. This has to be
And in
this has to be a test.
this case, we don't know how Jeff's a key piece of it.
You're saying there should be stuff on the bottom. Do we see the bottom of the legs? I'm sure there's got to be something where all these pictures are posted. I don't know in 2 hours if blood pooling. Like, I don't know the stages of corpse decomposition.
Any death in this.
That's why I want you to like show me like an autopsy person. Like, why would they show this picture here if what they're saying is clearly wrong and everything is clear? Like, why would you show this? My guess is somebody would obviously call you out, or somebody would say something, no, or maybe not. I don't know. But sorry, hold on. Let's finish this.
So the breaks in his neck are more consistent with a karate chop than what's called a soft hanging. You know, when you tie something around your neck and you sit down or hang yourself from something soft, like, you know, unfortunately Robin Williams or Andre, Bourdain, was it, who killed himself? Right, those are soft hangings, as opposed to, you know, Brooks in the Shawshank Redemption, who stood on a chair and sort of jumped off. That's a hard hanging. That will snap the bones in your neck. But that wasn't what happened with Jeff.
So Dr. Michael Bodden, who participated, was present at the autopsy.
Well, don't they say he jumped from the top bunk? Isn't that the story given? Wouldn't that be a hard hanging? How long does it take a human falling to reach terminal velocity? Isn't it literally like, isn't it some retarded like 1 second? No, hold on. If I had to guess, I'm going to say 2 seconds. How long? I'm going to say 1.5 seconds. How long human falling to reach terminal velocity? It's going to be like 5 seconds. Fuck me. 12 seconds. Damn. Okay, never mind. Regardless, I'm pretty sure if you jump off a top bunk, I'm pretty sure you'll be going fast enough to break your neck if you're a full-sized adult male. Seconds to reach terminal velocity? That sounds like so long. New theories they hired secret Chinese karate masters. Well, it could have been a military karate master, okay. It's about 6 feet to snap a neck. How far do you have to fall? Suicide.
There's an algorithm for it.
Dude, my searches. Thank you, Google. Determine the drop in hanging executions at a minimum of 4 feet 6 inches for the heaviest bodies. This assumes a normal musculature. The person is subjected to this treatment have their heads pulled off their bodies. So less than 5 feet. And he was older too, so, but okay.
Has participated in over 1,000 autopsies of prison deaths.
I have never seen 3 fractures like this in a suicidal hanging. Going over 1,000 jail hangings, suicides, in the New York City state prisons over the past 40, 50 years, no one had 3 fractures.
His fairly firm conclusion is that this was not a suicide, is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. He was holding off on that determination, pending determination of how the body was found, which we finally, now that they say the way the body was found, it just only shows that it was not that way. The autopsy shows it's not that way, which further convinced Dr. Bodden that this was not a hanging, not a suicide.
So here's what we wind up with at the end of all.
Wow, a thiologist thinks with a 1056.
All this, we wind up with a high-profile inmate in the most secure federal facility in the country's largest city who was somehow murdered, clearly with the knowledge of the Justice Department, and the Attorney General of the United States lies about it.
Do you believe that the mysterious injection mark or hole in the skin could lend credibility to designer drug theory, or do you think the mark is weird? But no, the mark isn't weird at all. The EMT tried to revive him. That was part of the story. It's part of the official story. Is you were trying to push up an epinephrine or whatever when the guy's heart was stopped. This when they were trying to revive him.
Which he did. And there's no reason to do that except to cover up the crime. So what does that tell us about this?
Oh, it's a scary thought that you could be killed in prison by the government. Right? Because again, my life would have been a lot easier if he committed suicide. I could have put it behind me. But it's obvious at this point in time that
after 2 hours, can you revive someone? Almost certainly not. But they wouldn't know when they find him that he's dead for 2 hours. When you find someone in cardiac arrest, There's like stages, there are things you're supposed to do to try to revive them until you get them to a hospital. I don't think it's normal for EMTs to pronounce people as dead. Do EMTs always perform CPR when finding cardiac arrest? I'm trying to find out when, because I imagine in some cases an EMT won't. Like if you show up and a person's head is cut off, or if their neck is like completely cut off, or like halfway, you're probably not doing it. But I imagine as long as the body is like intact, I feel like an EMT is probably always going to be doing, it's going to be CPR, it's going to be epinephrine, it's going to be intubation, or it's going to be a defibrillator if there's like a arrhythmia or whatever. It's going to be like those things are always going to be followed if the body's intact until you get to the hospital. That'd be my guess. Do I have any KKMD or EMT people in my audience? Oh, wait. Oh, my God. Also, I have to leave soon. Fuck. Hold on. My jurisdiction, emergency officer will almost always do CPR. It'd be a brave one who didn't, especially in a politically sensitive case. And this doesn't even matter. I'm sure conspiracy would be bigger if they didn't even try. Sure, true. Unless it's what's called a quote-unquote obviously violent death, like a decapitation. Oh, sure. This guy says EMT here. Yes, we do CPR except in cases of obvious death like decapitation. Well, the guy in chat says it. Our work as a lifeguard, we have had cardiac arrest. Normally, the doctor will be on the phone with the advanced paramedics, and the doctor on the phone will call the death. Okay, sure. Okay. Finish this.
It was not a suicide. And so it means somebody killed him. So who killed him and why?
Right. So in talking to all the people around him or people who were connected with him in one way or another in the final weeks of his life, have you detected a fear in those people in talking about this?
No, not really. I don't think they're fearful of anything. I was the one getting the death threats, not them. I don't think they did.
Why were you getting death threats?
Well, when Jeff died, people tried to link me to his activities in some way, shape, or form. Again, I had not seen Jeff for 7 years prior to his death. We were in communication. We spoke, we emailed, but we lived two different lives. So I didn't know his inner circle, and he didn't know mine. But people tried to link us, tried to link me to his activities. And I was in contact with the FBI and the New York Police Department about the death threats. And I had, at times, had armed guards. When I went to the autopsy, I had armed guards with me to protect myself.
From whom?
From whoever killed Jeff.
But anyone who could murder someone in a federal detention facility obviously has a lot of power.
Yeah, well, I was trying to protect myself as best as I could. Yeah.
Do you fear for, I notice you're not appearing on camera. You've asked not to appear on camera.
Yeah, I don't want to be recognized. I travel a lot, and there's no need for me. This is not about me. This is about Jeff's death.
Did you have any inkling at all that your brother was involved in anything that might get him killed by a government?
No. Like I said, I wasn't involved with his day-to-day life, and his troubles he had with the charges with the girls was from the early 2006 is when he first got into trouble, and he spent time in jail for that.
Well, that's a question that's occurred to me. I mean, he went through all this, whatever you think of it, and then he was charged again for the same things, effectively.
Right. I mean, from what I understand, he had a non-prosecution agreement with the federal government on that when he made his plea deal. So he believed he was safe from further prosecution. And then he flew home from Paris in July, and they arrested him on the same charges. And I believe his defense was going to be, well, hey, I have a non-prosecution agreement with the federal government. And supposedly they say, well, that was like the Southern District or some area. Well, as far as I know, we have one federal government. If you make a deal with the federal government, it covers the entire country.
Has it occurred that maybe the point of rearresting him on the same charges was to get him into a facility where he could be killed?
I've shied away from speculating about all of this. I try to stick with the facts, but that's a possibility.
Do you think...
Show us the bunk he allegedly jumped off of. Epstein's bunk bed picture. This here? It wasn't the bunk, it was the window behind the bunk. My understanding is the claim is that he tied the thing to one of the things up here, and that he threw himself off the top bunk to snap his neck when he fell, basically, or when he was coming off, or whatever.
Whoa! Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Other governments might have been involved in this, not just the U.S. government?
I would, on the surface, say no. I don't see why. I mean, again, I don't know what he was doing day to day, so, you know, again, that's speculation, which I don't want to do, but I don't think so. You know, on the surface, I don't see why.
He didn't jump. It was a soft hanging. Listen to the pathologist. Wait, I thought I read in here that they thought that he jumped off. Wait, fuck. Okay, last thing we're reading. Real quick, was there something in here that says where they describe how they think he killed himself? Let me read this.
What information are you still seeking about his death?
Well, who were the prisoners on that ward that night? How long were they there for? No, somebody was on that ward for, you know, a long time, like his roommate. And, you know, obviously, they didn't plan to be there, you know, 2 years ago to kill Jeff Lane. So who was transferred onto the ward, you know, he was before he was killed? And where are they now? Where were they transferred to? Were these real prisoners or were they claimed?
Have you asked the Inspector General at the Department of Justice?
We asked all these questions way back when. And we get no, after a thorough investigation, we determined that it was
But no one's giving you any details.
after a careful investigation, we determined it was That's what I was getting from them. I'm doing to you what they were doing to me.
What's your next move?
I'm still trying to find the information. I have lawyers out to try to get the medical reports, try to get the 911 call. And just to get people thinking about this. People shouldn't, like you said, people shouldn't be complacent with the fact that somebody was killed in federal case, under federal protection.
Yeah, and officials at the very highest levels are lying about it.
Yeah, people should be aware of that. Wow. Whether we ever figure out exactly what happened, I don't know, but I don't want people to think he committed suicide. Because that's not the case.
Mark Epstein, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Where in here does it talk about the actual suicide, the events and Epstein's death? Epstein signs the last will, failure to assault. Epstein was allowed to make Epstein's death on August 10th. This is the discovery. Did they not talk about how they think he might have died? When I recall, he never jumped. I thought I read that. It was in one of the wikis.
That was just a taste.
Do they not say it anymore? If David Carradine can accidentally hang himself in a closet, I don't see how Epstein can't personally do himself as bunk. Oh yeah, true. But oh, I'm sorry. I know. I'm correct. Apparently he tied that into the wall and then jumped off. Or rolled off the bunker somewhere. Okay, well, they don't actually say in here how they think he did it. The events of his death. Discovery of him hanging at emergent response. It would be in here, right? From 70 to 79.
I need more discipline.
Didn't the 60 Minutes thing say there's no evidence the news was cut? That tape clearly showed it was cut. Well, the 60 Minutes stuff, they didn't have access to this full Office of Inspector General's report yet, like we do. That thing was like 4 years old, I think, so.
I need to go back.
That's why they also said they didn't know what
cooking
the
with gas.
needle marking was, but now we do, right? Be Epstein's brother. Give interview to most dishonest man in mainstream media. Say you don't want to be on camera. Give names so people can Google you anyway. Be stupid. Based. Guy Beam disputes the official thesis. Okay, fuck. We might do more of this tomorrow. This feels kind of boring. Fuck. Is this really it? These conspiracy theories, I want some of these that are going to take like a week to research, okay? These have been stupid. Guy Beam. Is this just Dr. Disrespect? How long have you been posting this in chat? You're banned for a week. Fucking retard. Okay. Let's go do Iranian history now. Oh, maybe, yeah. Actually, bigger topics like 9/11. We already did 9/11. That took us several days. Okay. Well.
I'm too low on discipline. Not ready.
Iowa caucus coverage? Oh, if that's tomorrow, maybe we'll, yeah. Are we done post-research poll? Maybe I'll wrap it up tomorrow, I guess.
Not enough discipline.
Inmate 3 told the OIG that Epstein was allowed to sleep on the floor, which he said was unusual for the SHU, so that was not normally allowed. Inmate 3 said Epstein also had 2 extra blankets, which no other inmate had, as well as 2 pens, which inmates were not allowed to have. Epstein would ask for things, and if the CO said no, Epstein would tell them that he was writing down their name and providing information to his lawyer. According to Inmate 3, the COs were on eggshells around Epstein. Inmate 3 said that when he left the SHU on August 9th, 2019, there was an orange cloth twisted around the ladder, strings on the side of the ladder, and a string tied across the bed. Inmate 3 explained that the strings tied across the bed served as a clothesline, and that the strings were part of a sheet they had ripped. According to Inmate 3, one night he woke up, he saw Epstein fidgeting with the clothesline and asked Epstein what he was doing. Epstein said he was trying to fix the clothesline, but Inmate 3 told him no and flushed the clothesline down the toilet. As discussed in Chapter 4, when Inmate 3 and Epstein first became cellmates upon Epstein's return to the SHU following suicide watch and Padalot. Inmate 3, I think, is the Tagalreloni, whatever the fuck the guy's name is. Inmate 3 asked Epstein not to kill himself while Inmate 3 was his cellmate because Inmate 3 had a chance to go home soon. In response, Epstein told Inmate 3 not to worry and that he was not going to cause him any trouble. When Inmate 3 left on August 9th, he told Epstein that he would leave the clothesline in the cell so that Epstein could wash his clothes. Inmate 3 did not say anything about a noose having been in the cell, but he said there were 5 blankets in there, so when he left. This motherfucker is collecting blankets like crazy.
Bleed, you filth!
talk about how Joe Biden is going to lose. I think that I think Trump is going to win the Republican nomination. The Supreme Court's going to vote against the Amendment 14 stuff, and then I think Trump is going to lose to Biden in the election. That's what I think. Alright, well, I guess we're done for now. Tomorrow I'll summarize and then we'll do a poll, guys. Good questions from chat. Let's see if anybody wants to debate on this.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
What were the questions? How common is it for cameras to malfunction / footage being usable? So we realized that the jail had tons of maintenance issues. Cameras, electricity, plumbing, etc. The entire DVR2 system, operating boards, 50% of the cameras was for at least 2 weeks, 3 weeks prior to Epstein's death. How common is it that people fail to check in inmates, especially after already committing suicide? Other inmates in the SMU said that guards never do routine checks. I didn't read that out loud, but that was something that was in here. Wait, SV or SHU? It's SHU. How long is it going to take someone to be removed from suicide watch after attempting suicide? I don't have any information for this. How common is suicide in jail? I didn't really get an answer to this. It sounds like this doesn't seem that interesting. Just where are the other wounds, defensive wounds? Like nothing there. How can this suggest with suicide versus homicide? It seems, again, yeah, this is pretty consistent. 0 other wounds, defensive markers, anything to indicate any struggle or drugs in body relating to death.
Not ready yet.
What percent do you give him killing himself under duress? I mean, it's possible, but there's just like 0 evidence at all for it. But explain. Biden is massively unpopular and losing most of the polls. When has a massively unpopular incumbent who is losing most polls been able to come on top 10? You'll see it, maybe. You'll see it. You'll see it when most polls are bullshit. Jack. He hasn't started campaigning yet, and when he does. All right, posting. I'm really important. Okay, love you guys, been fun. For everyone, capture the popcorn, okay, guys. Tomorrow, together.
Do you want more? I am returning to town. I've got some new items you might need, friend.
The world is safe.
Sanguinary vambraces. Rogar's huge stone. Alright, I'm not doing it if it's fucking mouthy also. Let's check this out. No, 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 no. Hey, booty. Hey, booty. Hey, booty. Be free.
Oh fuck, I just realized I started my stream. I walked away to go do a couple things, and then I come back thinking, wow, it's time to stream. But then I realized I was only 3 minutes through this 11.5-minute house clip. This is from the season when he's in jail, and he talks to the cutie doctor lady in jail, and he's trying to diagnose the one guy.
Drug related? Forging prescriptions?
The trans athlete is going to do a lot to like foster a lot of really bad will against like trans people in general. I think it's a really good turf argument for, well, look. So probably yes. But at the end of the day, the coup. So probably yes. But at the end of the day, the coup. After that coup, they still try wacky legal. I feel like I don't know where. I feel like I've heard this pattern though. Sounds like the Dark Souls 1 end boss OST. Gwyn's theme or whatever? No. You ever listen to Bill Evans? I used to a long time ago.
But
I had I think I had his some album or whatever.
Be free, booty. Oh, I gotta feed those fucks. Give me a minute.
We don't even look at Alice.
Okay. We got about a half hour more to go.
Is that an original tune? Well, I mean, like, kind of. But I feel like I'm remembering. I just sometimes I play stuff and I'm like, I feel like I've heard this before. Like I'm probably. I don't know if I'm remembering it. I feel like it was. Somebody said Final Fantasy VII in the chat since I've been reading so much of the subreddit lately. I don't know if it was like a snow theme, but I know all the music of Final Fantasy VII. I feel like I would know it. Interstellar theme? No, that's this shit. Wait. Oh, that's not even remotely close. Is it from the Polar Express? No. I think it's near. Maybe? Oh, actually, I think it might be. Ooh, it's got like the voices. Ooh, 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 ooh. The girl.
Not enough discipline. You won't survive that.
That's not even nice. Is it when you're in the space station? Oh fuck, what is it? You're right. Fuck! God damn it, I thought this was my idea. I think it's when you're running around the circle space station, is it? I'm gonna coming back from Sweden soon. Feel like I haven't seen him in a bit. Welcome, Nagav, from your coma.
Still waiting.
Can Shazam detect it? I don't think Shazam works that way. It's like this. This is some kind of. It's on the spinning space station thing. It must be. But that first part is. I just need the song. Okay, I'll just look for it. Fuck it. Near space stations. I know that it's. Oh, it's this. Everything. I just click exactly what I need. This is why I was a pro player. It's this. It's this song. Is anyone else? Wait. Oh god, fuck, hold on. Key death. Oh fuck, I'm actually tone deaf.
Too low on discipline.
Because they don't always use root position. So then we only got never mind. This was it. That's where it came from. Thank you. That's all I needed to know. Okay.
To me, I will protect you.
What are you supposed to say during an interview when they ask what your biggest weakness is? When you're trying to have a biggest weakness, usually what you want to do is you want to pick a trait that actually makes you look really, really good. So that way that, because it's like they would never expect you to take a question and turn it into a way to brag about yourself. So usually if people say like, what's your biggest weakness? I'll say something like, my biggest weakness is that I'm an overachieving perfectionist that has like never failed at any project ever. So like coworkers can sometimes get jealous of me because I can do the work of 20 other people sometimes on my own in a meth-induced but drug test passable, permissible way. And it's just, I'm just the best employee ever. That's like the best way to tackle that question usually. How do you do with people in real life who can't admit their fault and always shrug it off as if it's nothing, but it's your fault? They'll hunt you down for it? Well, maybe it's not their fault. Maybe it actually is your fault. Maybe it usually is your fault, and you're just shirking responsibility. Does lyricism in the poetry music appeal to you as much, or mainly the melodies which make theory? Lyrics and stuff don't usually matter as much to me. Sometimes they do, though, but it's just not like a huge part of music.
To me, I will protect you.
But what's the real answer? Hasn't been answered a million times. The most important thing, okay, if you're trying to be a better employee, well, this probably applies to humans too. The most important thing you can ever do is show that you are trying, okay? You go up to a boss and you say, hey, I don't know how to work this thing. The first thing the boss is going to do is say like, okay, well, have you tried this or this? And you're like, oh no, I didn't try the very first fucking thing that I should have if I would have like even put the slightest amount of effort into this particular thing. People are going to think you're retarded, because you probably are retarded, and you're lazy, okay? So being willing to put time and effort into things. So like if you go to a boss for help, you're like, hey, I need help with this particular thing, but you say, I need help with this thing. I've looked here and here and I've read this and I've tried that and it doesn't work. Do you have a suggestion on where to go to next? The way better thing, because it makes you feel more, or it makes you look more empowered as an employee, and it makes it look like you're taking initiative to get things done. When somebody asks you, what's your biggest weakness? Okay. They're looking for two huge things here. One is some level of self-awareness, okay? You actually have an awareness of what your weakness is. And two, are you capable of putting yourself on a form of improvement plan to where you're making improvements to this particular weakness? So, like this would be like maybe a hypothetically a good answer to a question like that, right? So you go into interview and they say, and that question comes up like, what's your biggest weakness? First of all, you should have all of this like plotted out. But somebody say, what's your biggest weakness? And you might say something like, oh, one of my big weaknesses was, or a huge weakness that I have might be communicating with other teams, I guess. Like I have an issue sometimes communicating with other teams. Because of this weakness, one of the things I did in my last job is I communicated this issue with the manager, and we created some workflow or some shit so that I could email some person directly, and then this wouldn't be an issue as much. I don't know how the fuck you would address this. Some shit like that. Basically, what you want to do is you would say, here's a problem that I have. I'm aware that it's a problem, and it's a real problem. You have to pick a real problem. If you, like, HR people are humans. They're not fucking retards, okay? You can't say, oh, I've got a problem with my bathroom breaks are so short. I don't get enough, like, company shit time. No, it's something retarded, right? Yeah, you pick a real problem that you have. It's an actual problem. And then you, hopefully, you're able to say, here are some steps I've taken to improve this. Or, like, here's an accommodation that I know that I need to make sure that it doesn't impact my job negatively. That's what you're... That's what that question's supposed to be. I feel like it's really obvious, and if you don't know that, you're probably a dog shit employee anyway. Destiny, do we have your legal permission to dedicate a track to you? I don't know who Ace's Riddle is, but sure thing. Your ability to write and play music makes me wish to see deep poetry made by you. Maybe the perspective of complaining to God. Not a poetic person at all. Right. Yeah, I did find that. If you don't respond, I'm assuming the most deaf line is right. Nearly half America's largest cities is 1/4 black. That's why they give Ricky Ross all the Do you have any textbook recommendations for self-studying music theory? You know what? There's a girl on Twitter. Are you on the extended release form of your drug? Oh God, do you want to talk about drugs all day? Yes, I am. Called Ziana. I actually don't know. Is it Ziana or is it Zena? I feel like she would have good recommendations. I don't think I have good recommendations for beginners. I really like doing all of the classical theory background before getting into contemporary stuff. You probably don't need it all. Do you need to like know the sonata form to know anything about contemporary harmony? Probably not. Or anything, or really any of the old. I appreciate it, but it also depends on the type of music you're into as well. Explain that gay shirt. What did you call this shirt? Excuse me? What? Excuse me? You got a problem with my shirt? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? What do you mean you got a... What did you call my shirt? Martin Luther King Day, homie. The type of music you're into? I like music with lots of major and minor 7s and 9s. I just like music with lots of extensions, okay? And I think I like them more. There's like certain kind of chord progressions I like. I like chord progressions with lots of like, I don't know how to explain it. You read the theory. I've only read a few, but I find it hard to picture what I'm reading rather than just hearing it. Well, I mean, ideally you read and hear it too, right? Or what do you mean? I mean, like you harmonic minor scale. Harmonic minor. Yeah, I feel like that's a weird thing. I know you're just saying like minor stuff. Oh, the harmonic minor. Just the sharp stuff. Can you demo what the hell you're talking about? None of us know music. I don't know what a chord progression is or a minor G7 plus. Here's what you got. Okay, sometimes you got chord 1, 3, 5. Okay, you have chords like this. Sometimes you can add like a 7, and as long as you got that, I usually like it. Or a minor 7. Or 9. Or 11. But also don't do the root position like that. Anything with lots of extensions will be good. So it sounds nice. Like meaty, rich And I don't like a lot of they're called like poppy chord progressions, but it's not that I don't like pop music. I do like pop music, but a lot of stuff that's like a lot of stuff is like 1, 4, 5, 6, whatever pattern. That's not it. That was not it. I don't know, whatever stuff like that. I don't know why I just don't hear those as well. They just don't sound as nice to me. When was the last time you had the experience of being raptured or spoken to by a piece of music made in performance? That's a good question. I don't know, I feel like I haven't done like a lot of music recently. But I feel like I used to listen to more music. I'll start to listen. I go to the gym tomorrow. I feel like the best time to explore music was StarCraft. I feel like StarCraft was one of the games where I could just shut my brain off and like focus on music. But I feel like it's harder to do in League because you have to like your brain has to be way more activated. It's kind of hard to do in the gym. depending on what list you're doing. I can't do all the politics streams. I don't know. I'm gonna play the sax again. That's an anime performance you have on YouTube. Anime performance of saxophone? I don't think that's ever the case. Okay. Listen to Algae Bloom. Yeah, thank you. What's your favorite song on the saxophone? I really liked.
My pack is full.
I like this piece. It's super simple. Duet for sax and piano. The Goodnight Julia song. Nice composition. Very simple. Unfortunately, it's a tenor sax. I don't know if it counts. This is a really nice song. I appreciate the composition of this piece. It's very simple. I think it's a nice song. Houthi missile hit U.S. owned ship off of Yemen. Isn't it kind of crazy if you think about it that people defending the Houthis, in a way, aren't they kind of arguing for a form of embargo because they're worried about weapon shipments to a group of people that are trying to kill another group of people? Is that kind of what's happening in a roundabout way? Aren't people that are supporting the Houthis kind of making the exact same arguments that people who support Israel make for embargoing the Gaza Strip? Except the difference is Israel's embargoing the Gaza Strip and the Houthis are trying to embargo the world. Is that kind of weird? I don't believe Yoko Kanno wrote all the music. I need more sources on this. I'm so curious what the background is on some of these writers. I feel like I saw a video at one point that accused Yoko Kanno of stealing. I feel like somebody can't have that much versatility in terms of like being a writer unless she had a background in this. You talked with Your Movie Sucks about it? Yeah, it was a long time ago. I think there were a couple things we looked at. Did YMS do a deep dive into a plagiarist? Is that why I talked to him about it? This is a while ago. Adam Blackpool's Destiny.
Bleed, you filth!
I remember a few times in the first. Yeah. And then everybody.
Comparing similar songs. Oh, I think this. We watched this, didn't we? Is that because she has a wide range of genres, or what do you mean? It's hard to explain, but like one of the reasons why I get upset about when white nationalists say like jazz is just like trash or it's just like chaos or whatever. Writing jazz is incredibly harmonically rich, insanely harmonically rich, and to imply or pretend that it's randomly organized is unbelievable. It shows an unbelievable lack of understanding of music. So just writing certain pieces for jazz or big band, I just wouldn't expect like an ordinary composer or even somebody that writes like for orchestra, even somebody that's really good at writing for orchestras or writing techno or whatever, to be able to write like pretty legitimate like bebop-y pieces. This was always like my go-to example. Like being able to write like a piece like this for somebody with no background, like heavy background writing pieces for jazz, just like the writing on this is a solid piece. I contend, okay, I don't want to fight with a jazz committee online again. I would contend that a lot of the bebop big band pieces absolutely could stand on their own. You could play these at any big band concert, and people would say this is a sick piece, groovy as fuck, 100%. These are just well-written pieces. Like I would never listen to this like, ugh, it seems like somebody who kind of wanted to write jazz but doesn't really know anything about it. Like I guess they tried. Like, these are legit as fuck. You're obsessed with Cowboy Bebop? Yeah, no shit. Cowboy Bebop is the reason I got into music. And it's probably my favorite anime ever. You mean Bebop like the subgenre? I think, isn't Bebop usually the more, Bebop is like your runs of like 16th and 30-second notes on like some crazy harmony shit or whatever, right? Isn't that normally like... Hold on, fuck. Jazz has as many fucking subgenres as fucking electronic music. Am I making this up? Maybe I'm making this up. Style features compositions characterized by a fast tempo, usually exceeding 200 BPM, complex chord progressions with rapid chord changes. Oh yeah, yes, yeah, Bebop, yeah. Now, to be fair, and I did say this, this would be probably more like big band music or big band bebop music. I don't know if this would be quite characterized as like bebop music because I don't think the changes and stuff on these songs aren't that complicated. But Cowboy Bebop is about a jazz genre. Well, bebop is a subgenre of jazz, yeah. But I'm pretty sure, I think if we go and we listen to like real bebop jazz, I think a lot of it's just gonna sound like trash. Or I would say it sounds like trash, but... Maybe my music taste has changed enough to appreciate this stuff now. I don't know. Fuck, I hated this stuff in school. Where were we at? It's the same type of music, just this example is smaller ensemble than Cowboy Bebop's soundtrack. Maybe. I think, how would you characterize, what would you call, I guess big band usually refers to, you have a large jazz ensemble. So you're gonna have your trumpets, bones, saxophones. Then you're gonna have your rhythm section. But I feel like big band music is usually like it's swingy, it's danceable. It's not usually crazy, complex, complicated. I guess you could have like crazy, complicated. But I'm trying to think. Would you ever have like a bebop big band? I guess it's possible. I guess there's no reason why it wouldn't be. Study music in school? Yeah, that's what I went to college for. Sorry, anyway, yeah. Fuck. All the Cowboy Bebop was so cool. Tank song was awesome. And the players were really good too. Were they all Japanese players? The seatbelts? Fuck. A lot of people haven't heard like the full version of this. The sax solo on the song is sick as fuck. These are good players. This is a good solo too. Their live performance on this is also good. I don't know if it's the same player or not. Okay, also, hold on, I'm sorry. Minor gripe. Quick minor gripe, okay. A long time ago, we got into an argument, okay, about... Hold on, shit. My brain is... I don't know where to start with this. given a set of chords, okay, C, and then D. Okay. 2 chords, okay? Okay. Right. Given these chords, I can play like you can play a solo, okay? That means that you pick notes that kind of like work over the chords, okay? Whatever, bullshit, okay, that's like a solo, okay? I feel like if I'm listening to good musicians, I want to hear like a new solo every time, okay? That's what I want to hear. If I go to see a live performance, I want to hear a cool solo every time, okay? People got mad at me when I gave this last time, but when I first started downloading like live albums and shit when I was like 17 or whatever, and then I'm like listening to like the Eagles and stuff, and I'm like, oh shit.
But you can never leave.
Now I understand people like iconic solos and stuff, but I want to hear some new shit. I want to hear some new shit. Show me something awesome over this chord progression I already know. Now I understand that for like iconic stuff, people like to hear the same solos, but yeah, this is one of the reasons why I like jazz performances more. Because if I go and see a jazz group in person, I can hear some new shit. But I also don't even go and see jazz concerts. I like a lot of contemporary jazz, but do rock bands even flip their whole songs? You don't have to flip the whole song, but like. What was this solo? It's like you can listen to this song like 50 million times and you can hear like the same solo over and over again. Which is cool, okay. And it is a cool solo, okay. But then if you were to show up and you were to hear him play live, okay, the exact same song. Now it's a totally different solo. This is what I want to hear. Now it's cool. It's the same song, same section, okay, but good player. Now I get to hear a whole new solo. And this solo is sick as fuck too. I think it's better than the one on the album. There's a sick solo, but anyway, yeah. But I noticed that for rock bands, a lot of them will play stuff down. They play it straight down, even the solos. And I'm like, well, I want to hear new shit.
I am returning to town.
You love the Mars Volta? They changed the songs every show. Yeah, maybe. I heard that Metallica did that too. They rework a lot of their stuff for live performances. Classic rock guys will always add some shit to their live versions, but the songs are the same. Blues guys often improvise more. Yeah, I think so, yeah. It's just like a different skill set. Like some people like improv, some people like written solos. But from a jazz background, when somebody says solo, that means improv. Well, actually, technically, everybody used to be able to improv. It was like a required skill for being a musician. Even classical musicians used to do a lot of improvisation. When you see a lot of repeated sections in old music, a lot of the reasons for those repeated sections were on the second run through, like the musician would be improvising new stuff. But yeah, Bill Lawrence does this for all of his live songs. Yeah, people that have like the jazzy background are probably going to be doing more improv stuff. But King Crimson would improv so much live that their live improv tracks would end up on studio albums. Yeah, I think King Crimson was one of the first groups where I heard one of their songs. Must have been 21st Century Schizoid Man, I think. And then I listened to that whole first album, which I think might just be called King Crimson. Oh, no, it's not. It's in the Court of the Crimson King. This whole album is pretty solid, I think. I like the Moonchild song. I think it's cute. This is a cute album. And then if you try to listen to anything past this, oh my god. It is the least accessible shit in the fucking world. God damn. But then Kanye ended up sampling the 21st Century Schizoid Man, which was cool. But also not as cool because then everybody was like, I like King Crimson. And I'm like, well, actually, did you even know about them before Kanye West? Because I was young enough to say dumb shit like that.
Sure.
What do you think of soundtracks from AOT, from Attack on Titan? I don't know. There's like a couple cool songs, but I actually think it's largely forgettable. Thoughts on breakdowns? I don't know what you mean by that. When like a couple instruments drop out and the drums go boom, boom, boom or whatever? Or when the drums drop out and it's just like other stuff. What modern bands you into? Bro, I don't listen to music anymore, okay? I don't have time! Thoughts on BPD breakdowns? Those are the best. He means metalcore breakdowns? I don't even know what that technically means. Dean discovers prog rock. I feel like we've watched this before. Oh, we did watch this.
Windows. Pay attention, Dean. Now sit down. You're about to meet my muse.
Mommy?
Progressive rock. Now, normally I'd start you off with Asia or something more accessible, but I think you're ready for the primo sh. Let's take a gander at that cover art and try to
Boys,
pretend
girls,
you're already inspired.
NBs, lovers, haters, and apathetic people. I'm gonna let you go for the time being. It's been 5 hours so far today. Bay and I are gonna hit the gym, and I may or may not return. If not, I'll see you tomorrow.